This will be the day that you will hear me say that I will never run away. I am here for you. Love is meant for two. So tell me what you're gonna do. If I gave you diamonds and pearls, would you be a happy boy or a girl? If I could, I would give you the world. All I can do is just offer you my love.
Do you still have a fondness for Minneapolis?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What was it like growing up there? There aren't many blacks in Minneapolis. Right? I was talking to Dave Winfield the other night. It was about 1% maybe.
Yeah.
They never judge a book by its cover. This cat can ball, man. Play ball. He was crossing cat. Like I crossed you. It ain't my music standing yet. He was getting rebounds like Charles Barkley, snatching it down.
Shoot the J. Shoot it!
It's the Prince Show with co-host Beyonce Knowles.
My next guest is a creature of light and love, and in my favorite movie, Poison Ivy, please welcome Miss Drew Barrymore.
Prince, it smells so good in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prince.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are so lucky tonight.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
I know Tamara's agent told her to be CP time and fashionably late as a kind of a bargaining chip. I just know it. She does this move where she goes, "Oh, I'm Haitian.
but I'm going to take credit for everything Jamaicans do if it's remotely successful. Then no one's going to know. They don't care. They don't know the difference between Haitian and Jamaican. So I'm just going to take credit. I'm going to personally take credit. I'm going to turn this industry on its head. And by the way, Davyd, I mean, that shit is like, if I heard that in a movie, you know, I'd be like, oh my God, that's Prince's I Want to Be Your Lover. And I would fixate on that rather than the actual scene. You know, like a wedding or at a bar, like when the band's, that's really good. I mean, I think Prince himself would approve of that and give you the licensing. By the way, I own all of Prince's library, his music, everything, all his rights. You're wondering what happened to it? I own it all. It's here. It's now.
That's why we have to do covers, because they can't. There's no, there's no tracking device on these to copyright claim them.
Get your tracking device, pal. Yeah. This is one of the most difficult shows possibly to navigate around the copyright. By the way, we have, because he's so prickly with it over the years, but things have changed since Prince passed away. Rogers passed away in 2016. We know we have Black Morticia Adams keeping us honest, along with Sarah, who sent me some good things at the buzzer to play. And I have. Never mind that. We have a very special guest. We have friggin' all about the Tendrils with us. And Tendrils, before I go, that name is derived from Bill O'Reilly's interview with Howard in 2006 when he kept commenting on his hair. Is that the derivation? Okay, good. I knew it was. That's a great. That's one of the most underrated, best interviews with Howard, hard hitting of all time. No matter what you feel about O'Reilly and pushing his wife down the stairs, that's a great interview.
Yeah, I figured it was a good username.
So Tendrils, tell
hair.
Oh yeah, of course. Tell us a little bit. So you're on. I mean, we love you're in the chat so often. You always have great Hollywood deets, and you're literally like, who's the guy, Davyd, the gossip guy?
Perez Hilton.
Not Perez Hilton. That's a good one. With remember the Depp story, the guy with Crazy Days and Nights.
Oh
yes.
Right. Yeah.
You have Crazy Days and Nights. I think you're a leak. I think you are the Sony leak. I think that you are how all these stories get out there. I think you're the reason the Simon Cowell Sony leak happened.
I wish I could take credit.
How long are you with Sony? And by the way, they lucky to have you, by the way.
Yeah, I work for Sony and TV finance, the distribution part, for 15 years.
Wow. So you deal with the licensing?
Yeah. So our division basically was in charge of worldwide deals, except for the US. That was a different, that was domestic. So we were in charge of all the contracts, all the catalog, our entire catalog. We ended up making a deal with MGM at one point and pegging their back catalog or their old catalog to our biggest hits. And that deal blew up in typical fashion. So
I heard you're responsible for Spider-Man getting licensed by Sony. I heard you and J. Jonah Jameson brokered that deal. And I heard your nickname is PlayStation 6 at the office. Is that true?
It's PlayStation 17.
Classic Tendrils, right? Right there.
I love it. I came to Sony to see the Public Enemy's scoring session because do you work at Sony in Culver City? Do you go to the studio there?
I was laid off in 2016.
Oh,
my job was sent to the
when
Philippines.
Prince died. Holy shit! That's why they laid you off. That's crazy.
And I was there during the hack. That's a crazy story for some time.
Wait, can you do it quick? As it relates to Simon Cowell and Howard and our purposes.
Well, I can tell you just my experience of. I arrived late that morning, and my computer was in like the death wheel.
Yeah.
So I just went to heat up my breakfast, and when I came back, the computer still was not working, and this lady just came running down the aisle with like waving these papers, and screaming, and she's like, Turn off the computer, unplug the phones, unplug your computers, don't log in. And then she started handing out these flyers. At that time, the hack was already underway. So IT had to go from building to building personally to like tell people, we're being hacked.
Jesus.
God.
One person in our office, the hack came from UK to his computer, and it was like, I don't know if you can Google it, but it's like the Sony hack vampire or something.
Yeah. That's okay. Just from your perspective, don't worry about it. You don't have to go too nuts with it. Just what you'll be comfortable saying.
So we didn't. For maybe 3 or 4 months, we did not do business in regular fashion. We basically bullshitted our way through like our billing, our collections.
Oh no.
We had no way to collect the money from the bank. Like, it was crazy.
Oh wow.
And we got our systems back first because we were the division that made the most money for Sony Pictures. And it took them 6 months to basically go through all of our computers, all of the software, and to be able to give us our platform back. And then we had to do 6 months of cash reporting, reconciliation, accounting in like 3 weeks. And then other parts of the story that are also crazy is that these people literally stole everything from the servers. They stole everything. And they destroyed, I think, 75% of the servers in the process.
Oh, God.
And they stole everything, including our personal information.
Aye.
And so I remember one day, a girl in the office, she just like screamed out really loud, "No!" And she's crying, she's hysterical. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, what's going on?" And she showed the email that she got from the hackers. And they said, "We have your personal information. We know where you live. We know where your children go to school. If Sony doesn't pay what we're asking or what we're asking them to do, then we're going to start killing employees and their children." Like, it was bad.
Jesus.
It was bad. Anything that I've ever seen as far as reporting, it's like a 3 on a scale of the 100 that it really was. It was crazy.
Any ne'er-do-well or slacker might say, how much time did you get off during this? Would they shut the shit down for a couple months?
No time
You went
off.
right back to work?
Yeah. Next day we were at work trying to figure out, how do we bill people? How do we act like nothing happened? Yeah, it was bad.
That's a piggish, greedy capitalist for you. They wouldn't give you at least the end of the week to chill out and think about it.
Bereavement period. My God.
Jesus Christ.
The next day.
Period, right?
We were there the next day.
Oh, my next day. I never would have guessed that. That's crazy. So Howard's email, Simon Cowell, basically saying, I'm firing him. He destroyed the show. The ratings suck. It doesn't make any sense to do it in New York. I'm taking his place. This isn't working. And that leaked. Was that the biggest publicity? One of the biggest publicity attached to it, where big names were embroiled in, because that's how I knew about it. I didn't even know about it other than that.
Well, yeah, that was a big piece of it. But the other thing that, because they stole everything, they had all the emails, they had executive emails. So they were publicizing like things like executives talking shit about, some of the biggest stars that Sony, that worked for Sony or that made content for Sony. They also used the emails to blackmail, but really trash the executives that were in charge. And most of those executives quit over
That's
it.
everybody's first. What a massacre. What a debacle. That's everybody's first instinct is, how do I blackmail someone? What do I do? How do I get the like?
Yeah.
That's everybody's first impulse is when they see that stuff is to how do I get advantageous high ground off these? And you left Sony, and they're lost, by the way. As far as we're all concerned, your Lotus Notes Deppening family, it's their loss. Tendrils. I'm sorry, it is. You left creative differences, we call it. In 2016 is when Prince and I would blame that something like that happens. It causes like a rivulet effect. And I was going to say, A. Smith, welcome, sir. Sarah says here, we are $50 away from this month's Arm Fund goal. If able, please donate. Venmo, Cash App, Super Chat. Thank you very much. And so what I was going to say is, hit the like and subscribe button too. Thank you, A. Smith, sir. You are a mensch. So what I was going to ask you is, what is your relationship with the Prince Revolution family? How are you such an aficionado? Are you a music producer?
I wish. No, I'm just a big fan of music. It's so apropos that Davyd played the intro of "I Want to Be Your Lover" because that's when I became a fan. I was 10 years old when that song came out, maybe 9, I think. And I remember asking my cousin, I'm like, "Who's that lady on the radio?" And my cousin said, "That's a man." And that literally captured my imagination until, videos were, if I'm sure you were around in the 80s, videos were huge. So, we would just watch videos and Prince, 1999.
Yeah, 1999.
Little Red Corvette, all of that. Yep. And just the imagery of it just captured my imagination. And I just have been a fan since, from that time forward. And there are different groups around the country that in Los Angeles, for example, our group is called the Bump Squad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so there's different Prince communities all around the country. All around the country.
It's dare I say, and this is not, because I'm just here. I'm not here to be a contrarian at all. I know I have an above average knowledge of Prince. I'm not you. I'm not an aficionado. I'm even with people knowledge. I'm above average, but I have enough to know. I would say that it's posthumously, it seems like he's I'm not saying this to stroke anybody, as big an artist as there is in terms of popular. I cannot believe, and I don't know if it's this mystique or legend that people bring his name up and all they want is stories. He comes up all the time in the most tertiary of ways. And I didn't realize the impact he had on not just fans, but I knew the song. I knew that he wrote. How many different artists is he responsible for in terms of writing for? It's crazy, right? The Bengals.
Yeah. So, let's just leave out the music that he gave to other people. The Bengals, Shaka Khan, Sinead O'Connor.
Right.
Sheila E. But there was a time where he was putting out so much music in the 80s that he was able to float 5 bands and himself all at the same time. That's crazy.
How about see my avatar, Morris Day and the time? So he's like a Prince. He's like what Kobe Bryant is to Michael Jordan. Morris Day is to Prince. He's like a doppelganger kind of knockoff, but it was almost like tongue in cheek. It was almost like, was it satirical, Morris Day in the time?
Yeah. It was a made up rivalry. They probably did have, some creative differences because Prince was a control freak's control freak. But yeah, for the most part, it was made up rivalry.
I think I have Prince somewhat figured out in some way. As far as the enigma that he is, he's from Minnesota, and there's no bigger AWA wrestling fan than Davyd. And wrestling, I don't know if people realize, professional wrestling, and even Greco-Roman, that Chubby Pickle calls you Nick Bockwinkel, Davyd. That's where he emanates. There's a massive, probably the biggest professional wrestling influence comes out of Minnesota. I cannot tell you the origins of Jesse Ventura. It's on and on and on. Ric Flair. Everybody is from friggin' Minnesota. That's in white guys, especially white guys. I think Prince. I've heard, and you know better than I. Does he not have a wrestling ring in Paisley Park mansion?
Oh God, I've not heard that, but he did have a basketball.
That
court.
I know that. Well, the Dave Chappelle story, which is in the beginning. That I knew, but I also heard he had a wrestling.
If he had a wrestling ring, it was for him and chicks.
Yeah, that goes when I mean, but we're gonna get to that because the list is it is crazy. And a lot of times you wouldn't even know who they were if it weren't for Prince, like Vanity and Apollonia and those people. But my theory is that he is so influenced by professional wrestling that it influenced his shtick, and he's in the quote Stern nomenclature, the Benji shtick coma all the time.
Right.
And he's really playing a character with Morris Day in the time with a fake feud and that whole thing. I believe that professional wrestling influenced a lot of what he does. It's just a very educated hypothesis based on Minneapolis and him and the wrestling scene and everything.
Well, one of his, one of his famous bodyguards was a wrestler.
Who was that?
Big Chick, I think his name was.
Big Chick.
He had he was in the Purple Rain movie. He was had the gray hair with that big bushy beard.
Oh, okay. I probably would. I know it. I'm sure I would know it if I saw it. There's a lot of wrestling fans in our midst. I'm sure somebody will say it, what it is, because I don't know the name Big Chick, but it could be 1,000 different aliases. Radio Gaga says, "Hey, Arm, I sent you an email a few days ago. Hopefully you got it. Anywhere didn't see an article, the Viper Room demolishing project." Thank you, Gaga. I will look at that. We're doing a Deppening soon. Blimey, Arm. Last episode, seriously. Thank you, Ben 4810. Heavy, hardcore, dense Deppening. Thank you, Ben.
Oh, that's our review show.
Yes, we're gonna. Well, the next one's gonna be Sarah and you watching What's Eating Gilbert Grape and reviewing that. That's a tough one for. I really need you guys. It's such a massive movie. That's a hindsight 2020 movie too. One that's way. That's really what that article's about. The article that I wrote from EW, it was like, why is this so big and nobody fucking gave a shit when it was out in the theater?
Can I share the first time I saw Prince in my life?
Yes, of course.
So it was the artist formerly known as Prince, and the Muppets had an iteration of the Muppet Show called Muppets Tonight on the Disney Channel, and he was one of the guest stars, and he sang Starfish and Coffee from, I think, his Signs album, and that was my first time seeing him. was on a Muppet Show.
That's you're so cute. Davyd is so nostalgic that he has to go back and watch everything. And I know you people love the Muppets
through the lens of the Muppets.
Yeah,
that's the only way I can
know how much you people love the Muppets.
Exactly.
Here's the thing with Davyd. Do you know that he's so big in the industry? He told Prince when he was alive, "I'm only going to work with you." You know how prolific Davyd is instrumental-wise. Yeah. If you change the purple into black and white, then I'm on. Then I'm in.
Exactly.
If you drop the purple and you become black and white, then I'm in.
I mean, I was 83 in 1984, I think. So I had the authority.
We got to do it.
Prince. The album that Kiss comes from, Parade, is black and white.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
All the guys from my barbershop quartet are dead.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle.
Just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, as long as the robin sings his song from a tree. That's how long I will love you until eternity.
I'm 95. I'm not dead.
How do I love it? And you know, Tendrils, one of these days, you do this show enough, you're gonna get one of those. You're gonna get an intro and a montage. And speaking of which, look who's here. Everyone, it's freaking Tamfran, the one who gave Prince his the drugs that killed him. Here's Tamara Francois.
Hi everyone. I'm sorry I'm late, but the job.
All good.
I blamed your agent in the beginning of it. He's having you like do these moves where you deliberately show up late as a leveraging tool. I get it. He reminds me every time you have 5 different offers and we're lucky to get you at all. And you can dip out whenever you feel like it. We got it. You know, Tamara, everyone here is from Southern California.
Yay! I love it.
Everyone.
I love it.
This is Tendrils, Tamara. She's for the first time.
Hi, Tendrils.
Hey, Tampan.
We've talked back and forth sometimes, so I love Tendrils.
You're both staples in the chat. So that was Davyd gave. There's Johnny Meyer. There's Sky Spectre. Hello, everyone. Susanna Hoffs. This is Sarah's going over Carmen Electra, Vanity. I'm so jealous. I'm legit jealous. That is my type. We're gonna get to that though. Tamara, what is your relationship with Prince Rogers Nelson? What is where does he rank? And I think as a Caucasian, as a Caucasoid, as you would say, do you think the Black culture claims him as their own? He is considered. What's the deal with the mom? Number one, I don't understand. I can't track that. Trying to read up on him, and then he's considered Black property, right? He is not.
Yes, agreed.
The racial draft with Chappelle would be Black.
Yes. My earliest memories was in the 80s where, and I think I've talked to you about that before, where it was the Michael Jackson versus Prince, because we only had to have one Black person, you know, representing all of Black genre of music. And he was just different, you know, he was just masculine and feminine at the same time. And just to see his spins and his moves and the way he looked, I remember in school, people would try to look like him while other people would dress up like Michael Jackson. Yeah. So I never understood whenever you would say in your school, it was never accepted because that's all that was talked about at our school.
You don't know Dennis Mooney. If Dennis Mooney saw you wearing a Prince shirt in any way, maybe it was at a basketball, maybe it was at a football game, maybe it was in school itself, he would throw a super big gulp at your head and you'd never come back to school. That's how corny Prince was in my. I'm in a 99% white school, and it just was. We just thought of him as the, Michael Jackson sort of doppelganger fairy singing Raspberry Beret. You would never admit to listen to his music in a million years. Not even. I can't even think. There was a kid, a friend of my cousin's. A cousin Anton would bring up all the time on here. It was also a good friend of mine. We had the same friends. He would have friends with my friends, and I'd be friends with his friends. And he was from Sachem High School. His name was Sean Farrell, and he's nicest kid, great basketball player too. The only kid I knew that had the balls to admit he was a Prince fan and wore his shit while he played basketball. And he had a big mullet too, big fucking Danny Spivey mullet. And that was it. That was the only kid that had the balls to admit it.
And what's funny, in my school back in Southern California, people would dress up as Prince for Halloween.
Wow. Yeah,
so
I
don't understand. I don't know if it's because when I went to school, it was predominantly Black. It's not until high school I had mixture. But yeah, everyone was about Prince. Everyone. And we all knew something else was going on. But back then we didn't, we were so young. We didn't know what that was. We didn't know. Was he gay? Was he not gay? But he flowed so well between masculine and feminine. It was just cool. It was cool back in where I was.
I got to tell you, and this is like David's area of expertise as far as what great thing Prince did, I guess, for a school like yours. If you're into him, if you're a super fan, it's going to motivate kids to actually play instruments. And not try to take the easy way out. How many instruments does he play? And I don't mean the skin flute, Davyd. God damn it.
I mean, that's first on my resume for sure. But I actually don't know how.
It's close to 40.
40. It's
it's like 38 or something.
Yeah.
I remember going to a concert one time and seeing him play the keyboards with one hand and the guitar with the other completely flawlessly. Crazy.
God damn.
You know, just like he was a 3-sport athlete in high school.
Yes.
And the big 3. Badminton, field hockey, basketball, baseball, basketball, baseball, and football. He didn't play varsity. He played JV. He didn't play but anyway, how do you have that much time to master all those things at the same time? You're not going to be a 3-sport athlete and play that many inches. How do you do that? How do you have time to learn that shit?
I think the time was cut down just by the fact that he was a savant with it.
I also think that learning to read music is like a foundation that you could learn other instruments quickly. It's sort of like half of learning your first instrument is learning how to read music. And then once you can do that, it is just like different physical things you have to do to make the pitches and rhythms that you're reading come out of a different instrument. So, I mean, it's still super impressive. The fact that I only played 2 instruments and they were very difficult to learn, but I could see how after 2, it's like, all right, I get the amount of work that has to go into this, and I've completed half the battle just by learning how to read music. So that could be
the old argument, jack of all trades, master of none.
That too, right?
Master all of them now,
right?
It's crazy. Do you think this guy can arpeggiate or what, Davyd?
I mean, I've seen the proper finger patterns to arpeggiate when he plays the piano. So,
I mean, he recorded most of his albums by himself.
Yeah,
I mean, Purple Rain he did all on his own.
It's also too. I find it with a guy like this, and again, we're gonna get into all the moments and shit, but we're just kind of analyzing a little bit here. And with a guy like this, he's so. How much? I don't know if Tamara, if you heard us, I was talking about how I think a lot of his thing is shtick coma, how he's influenced by professional wrestling and he keeps up the persona. He's a Jehovah's Witness, and how much of the introverted, up in your head, shy guy thing is a put on? How much of that is shtick? I do believe he's probably shy, but how much does he play into it to augment the mystique of who he is?
I think in the public he was, because I don't know if I told you or I remember telling you that my mom has met Prince several times when she worked at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and she would tell me he was just, hey, how you doing? Very extroverted, would talk to people, you know what I mean? It's like Michael Jackson when you get into the public. Okay, let me act this way, reserved, shy, whatever the case may be. But in private, my mom said Prince was just yapping all the time.
Gregarious. Yeah, that's great. By the way, we have two of the biggest crazy days and nights. TMZ leaks right here. Tamara's mom.
Oh, I shouldn't have said
all
that.
their stories come.
He doesn't work for them currently, but yeah.
That's where I mean, that's not your mom, but that's where the dirt comes from. Is the people at the hotels, the parking attendants.
Give me a lot
of
dirt.
Yeah. We gotta have your mom on. We gotta have your mom. Your parents are so.
She has a thick accent, so I don't know if you would be able to understand her.
I could try. We have a AI as a Haitian translator on here. We could just put it to.
That's why I always said we should do like an SNL crew show, like try to get the crew on because they have all the dirt on the celebrities.
Yeah, right.
Well, I actually have a Howard Prince parallel. And that's the diva attitude about, Howard.
Oh God, tons of
making sure that, he doesn't interact with the other people, clearing the elevators and the floor and all of that stuff. Prince was very much like that too. I had personal friends that worked directly for him in Paisley Park, and, stories like them not being able to talk to him. And not even being able to make eye contact. That shit was true.
Oh, definitely.
And
You
he
know what,
would
guys?
compete with the other musicians. If the musicians didn't play as well, he would come on board and play whatever instrument and show them up.
Yes. You hear what Tamara said? It was like off in the back. She said flex. Speaking of wrestling, that's what she's saying. Howard needs to flex. I think you guys are aware now how calculated his every move is. You know the move, and we have Little Depphead here. Hey, Little Depphead, great to have you in here, everyone. And hey, Smith, they said, it's Scott Spector, Little Depphead again. Purple Rain is my favorite song ever on YouTube. I really like it, and the similarities to Depp and Prince are a lot too. But anyway, Howard's persona is crafted. He's such a poser. He's such a tabula rasa. Nothing is his. So he sits there with Ralph and Buchwald and says, who can I mimic? Who's got the mystique, this cool factor that we're going to make it look like I'm germophobic and I can't shake hands and I'm going to wear a scarf. Where do you think he got this shit from? Depp is one of them, by the way. He actually admitted that he and Ralph sat there copying Depp's personal fucking scarf style. I guarantee you Tendrils is right that Prince is right there in the top mixing bowl of who he's trying to emulate to give him this fake cool factor that everybody that Matt Murdock can see through.
Well, I don't know who actually coined the term, but I think the term of Howard being only as good as his last conversation is
was Monique.
Yeah, it's
that was Monique.
so correct.
There's a lot of guys like him. There's a lot of posers like him that just like that. You're only as good as your last We all know who they are. They don't have any passion for anything, or they don't particularly. They just kind of become whatever gets them fame and popularity. Passion be damned. I don't even think he likes radio. I don't think he ever liked radio. He just wants to be famous. Go ahead.
David. Exactly. He wanted. I think he had bigger ambitions beyond radio, but then when none of them came to fruition, he had to retrofit his story that he was always passionate about radio, and it was about getting on the radio so Ben Stern would listen to him or whatever his bullshit is. But
say that,
right. But I think the public display of shyness as a celebrity is a way to get the audience. It's the ultimate leave them wanting
curious.
More.
Yeah,
right.
Even wanting. But it's funny because we talk about Howard all the time. That's the opposite now. He's overstayed his welcome so much, he's destroyed his legacy. Like the showbiz adage is leave him wanting more, know when to get off the stage. He has destroyed that. That ship sailed. By the way, retrofit. Don't think I missed that. Phenomenal use of retrofit.
I also think the shyness is it's a way to give the idea to your audience, like, oh, Howard's really holding back on the mountain of knowledge that he has and experience and wisdom and all this stuff, that you're sage and you're somehow withholding from your audience. And I think he wants that kind of affectation. You know?
What's going on under those tendrils? You're so weird. Nothing's going on. He's stupider than you think he is.
Exactly. Yeah, he's just awkward and right.
That's a great analysis once again, Davyd. But I ask you this: how does you ever wonder? Like, and I say this as a lot of people. I wonder how. Did you ever see like a guy driving 20 miles an hour and you go, how does this guy exist in life? How does he get anything done? Especially in LA, right, where you're always in a rush. How does this guy make anything? How early do you have to leave? How does this person do anything productive, moving that slow? That's kind of how I feel about some of the lack of, like, the way Prince communicates. Like, how does a guy like Prince market himself in the beginning when you can't hold the conversation? You can't. Why, you ever think about that? Like, how does a guy like that tell himself, go out there and push it when you don't? Is somebody have to do it? Does he have managers who are actively like selling him in the beginning? Like, how did he network? How do you network like that? Anybody? I'm begging you.
Yeah, Tendrils. I'm not a fan. So I mean, I'm a fan, but not really knowledgeable. How did he get started?
You need someone guiding. Like, you know what I mean?
Like the controversy where he first got started, not the song, but just the different things he was doing that was different than other people. Like the
that could definitely help,
on
right?
Stage, the type of music. I mean, you know, it was music you never. Well, the beats, of course. But what's that song where that the name of the song has a curse word in it? What is the name of that song?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, how do you classify his music? If you had to give it a genre, what would you give it? Pop, funk? What is it?
You can't really.
You can't. That's the
Yeah,
genius.
it's a
of it.
fusion.
A fusion. That's the genius of it. How many people can say that? And he got in at a time. Tamara's right. He got in at a time when you could have the goods. And do you think a Prince could make it today? And what the bullshit is? I mean, Davyd, you know this as well as anybody.
Yeah.
The crap ways that you get famous now. Do you think that would work if he had to market himself? And then even the 90s, 2000s, would that have worked decades later?
Well, I think so many people are coming up on social media nowadays, whether it's your Chapel Roans or your Sabrina Carpenter. You know, I mean, there's so many people who they aren't doing the record deals, and you know, they're it's just lightning in a bottle on social media. But you have to be diligent about it, you know. And if you're a shy person who has your medium is the audio version of your music, and there's no visual element that you're really comfortable with, I think it's really hard nowadays to not have that visual component to your music, you know, and to sell yourself. You can't be uncomfortable with it, you know.
I really.
It was Erotic City. Sorry, it was Erotic City.
Okay.
It wasn't a curse word. It was funk, but I thought it was another word.
No, the actual proper version is fuck, but they substitute funk, you know, for airplay.
Okay.
Are we allowed to curse?
Yeah. So Tendrils is like, I don't work at Sony anymore. I'm going to let the F-bombs fly right now.
But you know, the juxtaposition of the shyness versus like how he started out before he really, you know, hit with 1999. He was wearing like trench coats with like thigh-high stockings and little black underwears. Yeah. Like, and often the trench coat would come off, and that's all he'd be wearing on stage.
Did you see Elliot often?
Oh God, don't scare me.
Well, that's my point, Tamara, is what Tendrils is saying there. I think that so much of what he does is like professional wrestling, where it's calculated, and he crafted this image and persona and some kind of character that would speak for him that he wouldn't actually be speaking. To make up for the lack of gregariousness he has in regular life.
Yeah, and you could say the same of, you know, even though Johnny Depp spoke more quickly in interviews in the late 80s, it still comes off with sort of a, you know, where is the sentence going? You know,
affected 40-second pauses between words. Yes, unnecessary. Right. You know, he knows it, and he's deliberately doing it. You coined the most brilliant thing during the trial. You said Hunter S. Walken accent. Yeah. So it's a combination between Hunter S. Thompson and Christopher Walken, and that, as it turns out, Josh Richmond said he was trying to run the clock out, like he's fucking Chris Paul or something, by speaking so slow. He would eat. I didn't realize that court, you know, battles, there was time limits. I had no idea about that. I learned so much from that trial. I had no idea. There was times that each camp has, you have to an allotted time to use, and he was running the clock out so she couldn't. Almost like a four-corner offense.
Right.
As people love.
Trying to get, yes, of course. Yeah, I've been in a four-corner offense. It's a sexual thing, right? Yeah.
Yes, Davyd. Yes, I love it. Yes. Yes.
So speaking of broads and speaking of Depp, let's go to the Prince's hit parade of mocha, as what do we call it? Peanut butter, light-skinned honeys. You talk about having a type, the way Howard has a type with Stamos and Stephanopoulos and all these swarth and Adam Levine.
Greeks,
This is Prince's love life. And in this, you say, well, how does Johnny Depp tie into this? Well, a woman by the name of Sherilyn Fenn, but we'll get to that. So let me read this here. Prince's love life, the women who inspired them. And guys, feel free to correct this if you think they don't have their shit together, because I have some things to add to it that I found on my own. I was one in particular that you're not going to guess who's not on here.
You really think that Helen Kelly could make a mistake about Prince? I don't know about that.
Look at Davyd. How dare you read the author of this and throw it in my face? How dare you, Davyd? Welcome, Philly 29. You are the best. You are a mensch. I love you, sir. You always, goddamn it. We should all have a Philly. You talk about private benefactor, the Elon Musk of
Sugar daddy.
the Deppening of sugar. He's the best. He is the best. Thank you, Philly.1. Prince's love life, the woman who inspired the music icon. Prince's love life has been a long topic of discussion with the women he dated, often becoming his muse by, you guessed it, Helen Kelly. Davyd is accusing that of being a fake name, like you're blind. The Purple Rain singer who was found dead in the Paisley Park mansion. It's gruesome to say that. By the way, you know he died the same day as China Doll, speaking of wrestling. The female wrestler who did a holiday is just another day that I know I'd rather be with me. But you should be with your family anyway. Same day they done. God. Purple Rain singer was found dead in the Paisley Park mansion in Minneapolis yesterday. He was married twice in his life, as well as being linked to a number of models and musicians. Here we take a look at the women who inspired the icon. Denise Matthews. Oh, God, of course she's Canadian. I didn't know she was Canadian. Just like Tam Fran and the Canadian cool factor. For the last time, Davyd, I did not masturbate to Vanity and Action Jackson. Okay?
That's part of my fantasy. No, I'm kidding.
I watched it for Carl Weathers. I didn't masturbate to fucking Vanity and Action Jackson. Better known as Vanity, Denise Matthews, the Canadian singer and songwriter. Have you ever heard her music, guys?
I don't think so.
Oh, of course.
What's her big hit?
Nasty Girl.
Oh,
dance.
Oh, okay. I know
nasty
that.
Girl.
Yeah.
You think I'm a nasty girl? Jesus.
There you go.
Just didn't know the name. Sorry.
Met Prince in 1980 at the American Music Awards. They famously appeared in Rolling Stone magazine together. Yeah, that's Black Morticia Adams' favorite Rolling Stone cover of all time. 1983. Denise died earlier. She's basically behind him, right? And then simulating giving him a quote handy by putting her hand in his pocket in the Rolling Stone cover. Is that how, right? That's how it goes? Yep. Denise died early. Oh, God, right. She died earlier this year, age 57. It's almost like they're trying to mimic the thing with the artists who died at 27. You know, Cobain, Joplin, Jim Morrison, blah, blah, blah. Right. Jimi Hendrix. Upon hearing the news, Prince dedicated, isn't it weird? They both died at 57. They both dedicated a medley of Little Red Corvette and Dirty Mind, I don't know that song, to the late star during his Australian tour. Moving on to Susanna Melvoin, American vocalist. Susanna Melvoin is best known for association with Prince during the mid-1980s. He reportedly wrote the hit single Nothing Compares to You about Susanna and Brendan Lang, and the pair were engaged. There's Sherilyn Fenn down to Sherilyn Fenn. American actress Sherilyn Fenn dated the singer for a short period of time during 1985 before the Twin Peaks star went on to date Hollywood actor Johnny Depp.
There we go.
Johnny Depp, also his first wife when he was married at age 20, fresh in from Miramar, his wife was Lorianne Allison, and she dated Adam fucking Ant. I don't know if you know who that is, Davyd. I don't even know how you would. He really doesn't have a ton of and it's almost as if Depp is getting off on following famous rockers at the time. I'm going to be next. I need to date you because Prince dated you. I need to date you because now it was reversed. It was flipped before. We had heard that Prince stole Sherilyn Fenn from Depp. If you watch Platoon, it says Sherilyn on his helmet. No pun intended.
I would quickly like to point out the fact that Prince is stealing these women wearing Maybelline and high heels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Right. Who could pull that off?
Love it. Love it.
Who else? Now, the other thing you could do is, well, while Sherilyn Fenn is with Depp, is it possible, and here's what Black Morticia Adams might have intimated, that he was actually having booty calls with Sherilyn Fenn while she was with Depp as an ex, where it was just like friends with benefits, and then that's what broke that up. That's something that could very well be, because he moves in mysterious ways. Sherilyn Fenn was also in an episode of 21 Jump Street season 1. Do you remember that one, Debbie?
Just so you know, Arm, once you go black or have a little bit of black, you will never go back.
Nope.
I mean, you will always
Don't go back.
Come on, come on.
Well, speaking of which, how about Garcelle Beauvais and you and the Haitian heritage? How you're related to her, and that was Depp was with her when she was underage in southern let's call it North Miami, shall we? And she was, these hot chicks can get into any club they want. By my math, she was 15 or 16 and he was 19. That's knowing their ages and the timeline.
Yeah.
And they dated very briefly and made out. I don't think they had sex. I'm guessing no. On his sister's couch, his oldest, who he was living with, because he let his horrible mom.
Right.
So that's an.
I would have gotten with Depp if I was that age, just so you know. I hate to say that, but I had such a crush on him on 21 Jump Street, so I would have gotten with him.
Now, where are you with the Jump Street sit? Would you sit in on a future Jump Street watch along?
Yes, I was never asked.
You're holding back on the Jump Street. I know you are. I know you are. Jesus Christ! I mean, especially too, like we love. I mean, who doesn't? I mean,
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
The other day on Instagram, she posted her watching the first episode of Stephen Williams, Captain Fuller, Got to Finish the Riffs, and her and her son were watching it together.
Oh, that's sweet.
I love that.
Videotaped herself watching it. Did a whole thing about it. That's great news. Down to Susan Moonsey. Speaking of Dennis Mooney.
Let me interrupt on that one real quick. She was also in the same band with Vanity.
Okay.
Vanity
did they both sing or?
Well, yeah, I don't know if you remember Apollonia 6.
Sure.
Yes.
So they were from Purple Rain. Vanity 6 was first, and then Apollonia replaced Vanity. It was a 3-girl group, like a typical girl group, and they had the lead, and the other two sang backing vocals, but they did it in lingerie.
Yes. What an insane group that this people he runs with, and this whole infrastructure is crazy to me. Just like, who could get away with, and how does he meet them? And they're all this intermingling kind of 6 degree. It's so bizarre, and they're all light skinned and real. American singer and musician Susan had an on and off relationship with Prince between 1980 and 85. There was also he had to be dating multiple broads at the same. I mean, there's so much.
And you got to remember, his peak was during the 80s. I want to say the middle of the 80s to the 90s. That was his peak year. So I'm sure it was getting thrown at him at every year.
I'm gonna ask you just gonna really quickly and think about this before you. I'm going to ask you guys after I finish this, if you think if there was a downtime, if there was a rut, a slump in his career, what years? Don't give it to me now. We just think about it until we're done. If you think, what would you say the worst part of his career was? Susan Muncie, relationship due to singer becoming involved with Vanity. So he cheated on her with Vanity, Susan Muncie. However, other reports suggest they remained together until began a relationship with Susanna. He reportedly wrote When Doves Cry and Private Joy about her. Anna Fantastic. Anna Garcia, also known as Anna. I feel like I'm reading like supervillain aliases here. Also known as Anna
Dr. Demento.
Yeah, it's like one-time member of the Fantastic Four. Reed Richards' sister was the Stars' Lives and live-in girlfriend in the earliest 1990s. The actress, singer, and model met Prince when she was 16. There you go. Statutory rape action. After a concert in London. On her 18th birthday, she was given a pink cashmere coat, which reportedly inspired the track Pink Cashmere Anna, also featured on the Madhouse No. 3 album, an 18-minute long song called Dopamine Rush. Sweet. I actually like that title. That's a good name.
So is this the one, can Tendrils or Tamfran, like, is this the one that he kind of adopted at some point, or like they met when she was 16 and
I think you're thinking of Mayte.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I got something on her too. Carmen Electra. Go ahead,
at some point I can go into kind of the brief synopsis of Mayte and her like introduction and timeline throughout his career? And
yeah,
I
I'd
have
love
a
to hear
video
that.
on her. I have a video on her because of Sarah. Sarah told me to get a video on her. And it's like it'll sum it up, and you could add to it whatever you want. Carmen Electra, and we're gonna get to her too. When Carmen Electra moved to California in 1991, she met Prince and signed a record contract with Paisley Park Records and began a short-lived singing career. What the fuck did she sing?
Okay, let me just jump in here. A lot of the broads that got music deals, most of them sucked. Carmen's album was not that good.
Well, that's how he gets them, right? You're gonna get a music deal, and it's to say that that's the ultimate. It's almost like a casting couch of his own.
Yeah.
So here's how do you say Mayte or Mayte?
Mayte
Garcia. Garcia. Prince was introduced to Mayte at one of the shows after he had seen a video of her belly dancing when she was 20. By the way, the Garcelle Beauvais origin, Tamfran, is Depp. This is how you get him. This I'm telling you. He saw at a club and he goes across. He goes, hey, we're shooting a music video for the kids. Would you mind? We need someone. So he wanted to just star in the music video they were shooting. We're going to submit to MTV. When she was 22, they wed in a lavish ceremony in Prince's hometown of Minneapolis on Valentine's Day in 1996. Their marriage broke down after 4 years in the tragic loss of their 2 children. Man, that's like my sister.
God. I want to jump in real quick because part of that statement is not correct. So he actually knew of her or about her when she was 16.
Oh, I believe you. I believe that.
Really?
I totally believe that.
Yes, because she was in 1991 is around when he did the Symbol album.
Okay.
And she was she was a huge part of the imagery, of the storyline, of the fable, if you will.
Yeah.
Basically, she was like the belly dancer. And if you look at the liner notes, she's in there. She's got like her belly dress on, and also in the performances, videos, she's also featured. She's 18 then.
Right. I believe it.
So he met her earlier than 22, and so that's not correct what that lady said.
Tendrils, this guy is he's so into that. I think he knew about you and Tamara when you were 16. I think that's how into it he is. Manuela Testoloni. Manuela and Prince first met in Minneapolis when she was, and these broads are all from Minneapolis, 24, and he was 43 in 2001. They wed the same year. The pair enjoyed a 5-year marriage before filing for an amicable divorce in 2006. Does she have the rights to his music?
No way.
Okay.
I don't think so. Mm-mm.
Speaking about her marriage, she said, it was a very eye-opening experience to see what show business is all about. He was never my desire to be in the spotlight yet, right? But it was a great experience because it allowed me to start my own business.
It was
she has the book out too. Sorry, Davyd.
No.
I'm out as well.
I bet she does. Yeah, no, I just love those two sort of like, it was never my desire to be in the spotlight, but I want to start my own business and write a book and do
yes,
it.
And use his name. How many of these broads have books out based on him and their right? I mean, there's so much interest in him that you could just come out with a book because you dated him for 2 months.
Right.
Delilah. Reportedly dated sometimes and Snow's an April singer of 2014 when he visited London for a string of secret concerts, I'll bet. The pair had allegedly been friends for 2 years after he saw a video of her and invited her on his tour. At the same time, an insider told the Mirror, Delilah is talented and gorgeous, and it's a little wonder Prince is so smitten with her. They have always been close, but things have moved on recently. So this is the last one he has been with. Do you guys have anything to add on that before I get to the first video?
I wanted to just quickly revisit Mayte a little bit more. I think she deserves a little bit more attention just because she, obviously married him and she was a part of the band. She was, I don't know about you, Tamfran, but a huge part of being like a Prince fan was just how much Prince constantly was changing things up. Every album was different. Every era was different. Every look was different. So it was just very exciting to be a Prince fan because you didn't know what the hell was going to come up next.
Is that by design, or he just gets bored with things because he's so jaded by music that he could do anything and play anything that he's just bored easily? Is that by design, or he's trying to hook you?
Probably a mix of both.
Okay,
I would guess.
Good answer.
So she was, let's say, not instrumental, but she was around for like 4 albums, as part of the band, as part of the videos, as part of the the liner notes and the CD booklets, etc. And the relationship basically was a whole script, of Prince like meeting her when she was 16, and then she became part of the band as like an Egyptian belly dancer, and it ultimately progressed to the album Emancipation when he left Warner Brothers Studios. And a lot of the songs were very focused on her, and if you read the liner notes, there's all this flourish about their relationship and finally being able to be together. And, they get married and they have a son, and the son dies, and during that time they were on their like promotion tour. So they were like on Oprah, they were doing all these other interviews, not disclosing that their child had died. So, like what a confusing time for both of them, to have to put on a certain face and not acknowledge,
my sister lost 2 kids, and it's still, this is years ago now, and there's not 5 minutes that don't go by that you don't think about it. It looms and haunts, and it never goes away. You're always going, oh, we would see them graduate now, or we would see them, you're always doing these milestones of what would have been. Yeah, it's the worst. That's a tragedy that parents' biggest nightmare is their kids die before you do. I would think, if you're any decent of a parent.
Yeah. Is the name of the album Emancipation kind of a double meaning? Like he's emancipated from Warner Brothers, but she is emancipated from being underage to be with him?
I think it was.
Oh, that's good, Davyd.
That's a good one. I think it was strictly relating to Prince, but you definitely could read into it. Okay. Before he broke up with Warner Brothers, he was, writing "Slave" on his cheek, and he was going crazy. He even had like a vampire phase that I really fucking loved.
Interesting.
Oh, I bet. I could totally see that. That's right.
And you couldn't call him Prince. You couldn't say anything, nothing. He didn't want to hear it because, again, that's his old. That was the old self. He wanted the new by being out with Warner Brothers. Just like with the YouTube and any type of streaming, not wanting to, anybody to have the right to his music. So
right.
What about the emancipation of Mimi?
Oh my God.
Doesn't Mariah Carey have a fucking thing?
Yes.
Did she
that
steal
was a great album too.
Did she steal that from Prince? That just using the word emancipation in a
who knows? I think Mariah Carey had her whole thing of being like,
correct.
I'm in this box that I don't want to be in really, but I kick ass as a pop musician. I'm
Tommy Mottola, yeah.
Yeah, and she wanted to have her bad girl era for sure.
I think we could do a Mariah Carey show with that. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
There's the whole Tommy Mottola aspect. She called in once from a limo. You remember that?
It was like a Vegas show, right?
Yeah. Well, she was also on. No, it was at either the People's Choice Awards.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And they did a show because Howard won Best New Actor or Newcomer.
Yeah.
And she was on that. She stayed on for 12 minutes. And she tried to be a good sport, but she just could not handle that. 90s Howard is vicious. You'll see it here with Carmen Electra. Johnny Meyer goes, by the way, Johnny Meyer he got caught with Patrick Duffy on the set of Step by Step. They kicked him off. Since he died, Prince's full albums are on YouTube. Yeah, and I want to ask you this before we play the video. Prince didn't allow it because YouTube pays too low. Guys, what's the deal with his rights and who controls now? He was the most prickly artist there ever was with the internet. Him and Don Henley. What happened that all has been lifted? Who controls that now? Any idea?
I believe it's his estate of brothers and sisters, correct?
He has a younger sister?
Yeah. I think, you know what? To be honest, I don't really know who was in charge, because when he became a Jehovah's Witness, he started like doing all kinds of crazy shit. And one of the things that he failed to do was to leave a living trust. Like, what the hell happens to all this stuff? You know?
Well, does he seem like a living trust guy to you, that he would be thinking about that? You know, I don't see him even.
Well, you know, I mean, this whole Jehovah's Witness era, like, it got him even kind of more stubborn and stuck on certain things.
Yep.
Like,
that's true.
You know,
he's prickly as it is, and stubborn and difficult. Add the Jehovah Witness thing, and you have a nightmare to deal with all the time.
Yeah, and in the I don't know, Tam friend, how connected are you to like other Prince fans? Are you like, because I'm part of a group in LA called the Bump Squad. So, you know, we have parties and get-togethers and things like
that. The next time I'm in LA, I would love to go to that, but I'm not in any Prince fan club or anything like that. I will just play his music all day, and if there's a book or article, I will just dive right in and read everything about him.
I'm the human resources for the Bump Squad and the treasurer.
Show us the money. Well, you know, the Jehovah's Witness thing was very divisive among the fans.
Yes,
it was very, very divisive.
I bet.
You know?
But I thought it was a member of his, not entourage, but a member of his group or something like that, that introduced him to the Jehovah Witness religion.
It was Larry Graham.
That's it. That's the name. Yeah.
It was Larry Graham. Larry Graham was a part of Sly and the Family Stone.
That's it. I saw the documentary. That's it.
Yeah.
Isn't it ironic that you're repulsed, but how repellent Jehovah's Witnesses are in every other walk of life except Prince, the guy everybody wants to be in here, right? He actually flipped the script on Jehovah's Witnesses, because people, whether you don't want them at your door, you want nothing to do with them unless it's Prince. Isn't that crazy?
Right.
Flips the script on that.
I have Jehovah Witnesses in my family. I didn't realize they were Jehovah Witnesses till I met them, but yeah, they're interesting. I'll say that. They're interesting.
It's like Prince coming to your door with literature, you know.
Yeah, right. That's all you think of.
He did go the door too, by the way, Davyd. He did go door.
Did he? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hey, Radio Gaga, you want to be on the next show with your story? That's great. Save that. If you want to come on, we're gonna do a part 2 of this. We'd love to have you. We really will.
So, by the way, just from like purchasing sheet music of Prince for years, I couldn't find anything besides Purple Rain. Like none of it was published. Like piano scores weren't published. But recent, like the "I Want to Be Your Lover" cover I did based on a piano version that I purchased, and it says copyright 1979 controversy music, all rights controlled and administered by Universal Music Corp. So it might just be the original record companies have the publishing rights.
God, I didn't know that either. So I'm just trying to I'm a novice compared to you guys, but above average compared to the humanoids. Yeah, PC23 Manic Monday is Prince, the Bengals. Yeah, we're gonna go into all that, and they brought up the elevator and the fentanyl and the and Paisley Park and stuff. We're gonna build to that. So this is who we're just talking about here. The first thing I want to show you, this is from, believe it or not, Bryant Gumbel. No, this is Mayte Garcia on 2020. I'm going to play just a little of this. I don't want to get a copyright, fucking ABC and Disney and their Nazi bullshit. So here's, did I say I got a Jimmy?
80s like me. You might.
Jimmy Kimmel sought me out and gave me a copyright Not only did he block me personally on Twitter, he sought me out and blocked me. He gave me a copyright for Howard on my first YouTube channel. It said Jimmy Kimmel Productions. It was all Howard stuff. And it said, I could probably find you the email and take a screenshot of it. It was so creepy. It was so weird. And it was ABC.
The ghost of Barbara Walters is going to haunt you if we play too much of this.
That's a great one. Leave it to you to bring up a black and white reference.
Yeah.
Say that Prince's music was like the soundtrack to your life. More true than Mayte Garcia, the belly dancer turned author who traveled the world by Prince's side for years. She was his wife, his muse, his best friend. And now she's drawing back the curtain on their private moments together. Here's ABC's Nick Watt.
Consciousness with the Purple Rain movie, album.
Wear eyeliner and wear heels and be a cool dude. It's not going to happen again.
Like, look at her, right? She is. You could do this kind of like montage and collage of all the broads. They all look like this. It's the same. You know, they're either light skinned or half Hispanic and like half black. I mean, it's the same thing over and over. You could put them all on. Could you tell Apollonia apart from Vanity? It's crazy.
Partners in life and music together, Mayte Garcia and Prince made the video for the morning papers here in LA's Griffith Park.
I love the slow motion walk in these videos, reminiscing.
The B-roll.
Davyd? They say,
yeah.
You're going to be pondering and deep in thought and muse about, and you're going to slow walk to the telescope on the building, and we're going to film you.
No, that's exactly right. They conduct the interview, and then it's like, hey, we need some B-roll, so can you just walk reflectively past like a Viewmaster by the Griffith Observatory? You know.
Come on, let's just get a pause on me here.
By the way, how many people have been described as a belly dancer turned author?
Oh, I know. There's a lot more where that came from with Prince.
You sound jealous, Davyd. Is that what you?
I mean, listen. Yeah,
gotta be.
I didn't even make the short list.
You might say that Prince.
Never. In the aspirin.
Never saw him taking drugs.
I never saw him
taken to the ER after what beautiful My Life with Prince.
Talk about him being not particularly lucid, perhaps an aspirin overdose. There were some signs there.
There were signs.
Once she says he was taken to the ER after what he convinced her was an aspirin overdose.
You never saw him.
So they were married from 96 to 2000 or 92 to 96? Or no, wait. Something like that, right? 96?
It was 96 to 2000, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Him taking drugs.
I never saw him taking drugs. I never saw him drunk. Marijuana, never. And the aspirin, I believed him.
I felt bad.
What do you think she got paid to do this? I think a lot. What's in it for her? I mean, she's selling a book and stuff, but they'll do anything to get dirt on Prince.
Yeah, the image that they showed right before this right here, that was his vampire phase in the 90s. It was like he went underground.
People would probably be angry with him. I hope that I turned it around and made you appreciate and respect Prince.
Prince is the kind of guy I just can't imagine having an everyday life.
Tuesday morning breakfast. What's he like?
His mornings were sometimes 2, 3 in the afternoon. Disclaimer that right now.
Kind of guy.
Oh, he's not your average guy, but he loved.
There's your vampire tendrils, right? It's living up to real life.
Driving in the car. He loved Tostitos.
Prince was intensely private and at that time a devout Seventh-day Adventist. Mayte was pregnant. There was something wrong. She claims Prince declined medical intervention.
The faith that he had just made me believe that everything was going to be okay.
It wasn't. Their baby Amir died of a rare genetic disorder, Pfeiffer syndrome, at just 1 week old.
It's the worst thing that ever happened to me and to him, I think.
A week later, they appeared on Oprah. Prince insisted.
What is the status of your baby?
Well, our family exists.
Mm-hmm.
We're just beginning it.
Amir is already dead.
It's all good.
All right, I don't want to push it. Let me go to the next one. We've only just begun. So the Jehovah's Witness is so deep in him that he wouldn't admit to the death Sarah said he had something called shamrock disease, where your head is this misshapen thing, and I guess the physical deformity led to this death. I don't know if that's what they just said. If that's the same thing as shamrock disease.
I think if I recall correctly, I think what happened with the baby, because of how it like affected the skull, I think the brain was not in two whole pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joni says that Prince was jealous that Morris Day and the Time outshined him on tour. Is that true? Was he jealous of a performer on the stage? He couldn't be, he had to be the best. He had to be. I bet I think all musicians have that, except
all of them.
Yep.
And you remember Morris Day had I forgot the guy's name who would hold his coat with the mirror. You know what I mean? And just
it was like Bentley Farnsworth.
Jerome.
Thank you.
Jerome.
Yes, just a performance.
Jerome. Tendrils said Jerome.
Yes, very true. Yes. And I just think it was just a performance in the way they sang and the way they just rocked, and the audience responded to that. You know what I mean? Prince didn't like that. Just like Prince, I think I saw in the comments, I totally forgot. Prince started off with Rick James in Parliament. You guys remember that?
That makes sense. That makes sense. I didn't know that, but that makes a lot of sense.
Prince opened for Rick James, and they basically booed him off the stage.
Oh, really? What year is that?
Or was it Rolling Stones? I think no, it was Rolling Stones. Yeah, they booed him off the stage.
My first knowledge of Prince was my earliest date. What was the first year you guys got cable? Early 80s? I heard it came out in 79. And we got it in the early 80s.
You know what? I think the late 70s is correct, because I remember back then there were two different options, On TV and Select TV. Those were like the two before like HBO came out with their own box.
Yeah, because HBO had been out right before. It was called Home Box, obviously Home Box Office, and I knew, it seemed like HBO was a separate box, right, or something like that at the time, or that it was like, and it was not a lot of people had it, or if you did, it was really privileged to have HBO at the time. And the first time I'd seen Prince or knew about him was 1999 on MTV, the video. And then the WWF would play these interstitial pop songs all the time, going to a commercial, and Rocky Johnson with a sunset flip over the Samoan, and then they would play and then go to a commercial. I'm like, God, I like that song. And that was my first introduction to Prince, 1999, and that's not very unique or original, but the WWF loved using Prince's music, going to going to a break, the interstitial stuff to play out, the bumpers, whatever you want to call it. And I never really, and then in middle school, from that point on, I never was a fan per se, but he was kind of there. And like I said, in my school, it was just verboten to claim you were a fan of his. It wouldn't he, especially if you were male. I don't even remember girls saying they liked him. I think it's because it's a Caucasoid school. I mean, but again, there was what your perception of cool was then. He was not it. All the, the androgyny and all the homoerotica with him was not playing in Sayville, Long Island. It just wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, even in my experience, let's say in high school, I grew up around gangs, actually.
Makes two of us.
And so it was kind of, it was scary as a child.
So did you, Tamara, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tendrils, where in LA did you grow up? Or sorry, the general location. I don't want to.
I grew up in Orange County.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I grew up in Orange County. So Orange County back then was very Republican, very repressed, all of that. And so when I went to high school, we were on the very edge of how the district is drawn.
Yes.
So we ended up going to school. I grew up in Santa Ana, California, and we went to school in Fountain Valley, which, that part of town was like very, they were the rich people. And, so it was a very interesting experience of like, the gang kids from, my neighborhood interacting with the rich kids. And it definitely was not cool to be a Prince fan just because it's Orange County. And,
wow,
that's exactly what. Yes, that's exactly. I mean, the whole that the busing and the sort of have and have not schools is a very interesting thing over the years. There's been many TV show and movies that have dealt with that, where there's been like 2 21 Jump Street episodes are based on that, where the rich school, like poor kids get bused to the rich school. And either it's a gang thing or they want nothing to do with it, or there's a class warfare kind of thing happening where the rich kids don't want the poor kids to reduce the property value or the school. You know what I mean? Like that's an age-old thing. It's really the worst of
and
what America
it's funny,
is.
I didn't have that. I mean, I grew up in a very rough neighborhood, but my parents wanted me to they didn't come to this country for me not to get an education.
Yes.
So they always put me in Catholic school and didn't want me to go to the community schools because it was just too many gangs. And thank God they knew who I was, because again, I don't know if you had this, Tendrils, you wear the wrong color and they would beat you up or shoot you, period.
Oh yeah. You definitely had to watch your back.
Yeah.
100% of the time.
Me, thankfully, they knew who I was, and I would wear, because my area was blue. So if I wore red or something, oh, that's Tamara in her Catholic school uniform. Okay, it's fine. You know what I mean? They really did look at you crazy. But I just think perception is everything, because I never would have thought that's how your experience was with Prince in your areas. Never would have thought. I thought everybody was like us. So
no, yeah, and thank God for cholas, because they protected me growing up. So,
ladies and gentlemen, I think you just heard the definition, a true definition. I use it all the time, and it's tongue in cheek, of what a hoodie pass is. Tamfran just gave you a real life version of a hoodie pass. I'd never heard that before. That's and don't be fooled. Her parents moved here for the celebrity gossip, not to give anybody a better chance. They wanted to work they wanted to get all the celebrity dirt from Beverly Hills Hotel for no other reason than that.
Oh, my mom loved it. She loved it.
Of course. We love your mom for it.
Comparing Tamara, let me tell you what I did, and I'm like, oh
my God.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail. Yes,
what part of LA did you grow up in?
My parents now live in Culver City.
Okay.
But before, how can I say this? Okay. Couple of blocks from Crenshaw and Slauson, where Nipsey Hussle got shot. That's where my parents live.
Oh, there's all sorts of cool car chases on they have these
all day every day.
Yeah, they have the helicopter and stuff. It's always those streets, Clawson and always. Gee, it's Grand Theft Auto. I mean, that is entirely what that is. It's crazy. If you like car chases in real life, holy shit. I don't know, was it KTLA?
They weren't just in that area. They would always run to the other areas as well, thinking, the helicopter you could beat the helicopter where you can't.
Right.
You really can't.
They don't have them in New York because of skyscrapers. They can't.
Oh,
the choppers can't penetrate the sky. That's why I always wondered why they never had it in New York. So Radio Gaga says, my new dog rescued 4 weeks ago is named Vanity. I renamed her, but my friend suggested I rename it to Apollonia. Jesus Christ, that's so cool. And she lives in WeHo. God damn it, you guys got to have a Deppening get together here.
Honestly, yeah.
Crazy. Look at this.
West Coast contingency. Yeah.
We should just tweak this show towards and move it to fucking. I mean, honestly, everyone's from. First time I saw Prince.
Yeah.
Go.
No, yeah, you should just move in with your cousin and we'll just do the show live.
Oh, I know.
The studio somewhere. Yeah.
We bring him up all the time anyway. You might as well be on it.
Right.
First time I saw Prince was in a 2-year watching, Joni says this, in Ireland, I think she likes him because of Sinead O'Connor. Watching him in Raspberry Beret video. Yeah, that's a lot of people's. So the next one is Prince goes on the Bryant Gumbel morning show with his wife right after that death of his child.
Oh, jeez.
December 19th.
I'm gonna have to leave it there, but there's one question, just one question I want to ask.
Prince only does interviews with light-skinned black guys, by the way. That's
well, and then also remember, Bryant Gumbel was a huge Prince fan.
He is.
So Prince would sometimes do little interviews with him, and if I remember right, during his last day, Prince came in and sang for Bryant Gumbel.
He did 2 interviews with him, and Bryant Gumbel was a great interview. But the only 21 Jump Street interview on network is DeLuise and Depp with Bryant Gumbel on the morning. The 2 of them together, it's like a 7-minute interview. It's like, I don't even know if it's that long. It's I had that thing saved on my hard drive 15 times. It's just impossible to get footage of him doing 21 Jump Street press. And that's like the only thing. 2 of them went to, and I think at the time Letterman was in NBC. Like, 30 Rock is where that is.
Right.
And I would love to. I know that Depp got tickets to Letterman that same day. And
okay, now I know you're semi-regular. I saw you at an NBA game. You like to do other things. He tells me you're
semi-regular.
You're gonna go out and mow the lawn. I love your clothes. Your wardrobe is different.
Thank you.
Do you own a blazer?
No.
Do you own a pair of pleated khakis?
No.
Would you ever wear my shoes?
Let me see. Hell no.
That's one of the best. See, Prince can get away with just saying hell no. And Bryant Gumbel's going to laugh for about a half hour after that. If I said hell no, you might go, white guy said hell no. The way he said it, he's mumbling under hell no. And then you laugh for a half hour. That's what Prince can get away with.
No. Would you ever wear my shoes?
Let me see. Hell no. No.
We'll leave it there. Best of the holidays.
Thanks.
Okay? All right, it's good seeing you. Take care. Good luck. Okay? We're going to come on back in just a moment. 46 past the hour. There's more ahead right after this.
So according to Sarah, the kid had passed away, and he's withholding that as that interview is going on. That was December of 1996, and they just doesn't even come up.
Yeah,
doesn't know it.
They were hugely on a whole press, tour because of that album and everything. Them getting married, it basically never came up.
Here we go.
I think I love you, Brian.
Look at him. Look at Bryant Gumbel. Look at him.
Gushing.
It's great. It's like a chick. Look at this. It's Prince. I wasn't even like that when Westbrook broke the triple-double record a few years ago with my nephew. I mean, look at this. I think Bryant's 80 or close to it. His brother Greg just passed away, who had a really great career in his own right. Greg was he did the NFL, he did the NBA, he started WFAN. He had a great, very underrated career, and he was overshadowed by Bryant.
You are too much. You are too much.
I worked at CBS for 3 months in New York, WCBS TV in New York, and I was an assistant. And so I sat there. I know I'm going to get fired. I don't belong here. Imposter complex is going to kick in sooner or later. I'm going to pitch as much crazy shit as I can. So his producer is a guy named Steve Friedman, and his office is like right around the corner. I'd been working there for like 3 weeks. And my friend Mike Ravatzis, who was research, he takes me in there and we send him a tape. We show him a tape of David Allen Grier doing an impression of Bryant Gumbel on Saturday Night Live. And this guy was laughing. He was just keeled over in his chair because I think he had like a love-hate relate. Like Gumbel was like difficult. He was trying to launch the morning show at CBS, and he literally considered giving David Allen Grier his own variety show from that, and it never happened. It just never went anywhere. Because of that, that's how it takes. You just show a guy a tape. He's a producer, and he could just the magic wand goes, and that's what it takes to do. And I had this weird this one little time, and it just didn't.
It's what we say about like you do a great 6-minute appearance on a talk show. Suddenly you've got your own Jenny Jones type of show, you know?
I mean, we were talking to him about show business. He liked us. So we were, you know, throwing, and I recorded David Allen Grier hosting Saturday Night Live. And I showed him, my friend Mike and I had watched this impression like 100 times getting drunk to it. Like it was so funny. It was subtleties, and David Allen Grier is brilliant. He's a really good sketch actor. And, we showed it to this guy, Steve Friedman, and he just went crazy over it. And it just didn't, you know how these things don't happen. He's talented as anybody. Actually, he was up for the Kilborn job, David Allen Dag, I should say.
Didn't he have a talk show at some point?
I don't, it was on Comedy Central. It was like a parody, it was like a parody news show, but it was way after that. So that's him on Bryant Gumbel, and now we're going to move to Howard Stern, the first appearance ever of Carmen Electra. And because Davyd is here, we have a mandate that we have to have Mike Ganji appear one time in each somehow. And so this is Carmen Electra on the Howard Stern Show in April 19th, 1996. And of course, Howard obsesses over her relationship with Prince. She lived with Prince for 2 years in 1990. Again, 18, if that. And left him in 1992 because, and you guys know this better, that your whole city is filled with this. This chick who looks at himself in the city they're in and says, I am way too hot for Cleveland or Minnesota. I'm going to LA. And you have a whole city of her. Even though she has a bit of a cool factor, there's way too many Carmen Electras in LA and not enough Davyds. Here we go.
I'm also a Howard Stern fan.
Are you really?
Had to come see him. I'm in New York.
How long have you been a fan?
So she's married to this guy, Be Real from, not married, she's dating this guy, B from
Cypress Hill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tamara knows a lot. Both of you do. You broads know a lot about music. There's almost nothing you can throw at her. So does Joni in here. Look at Joni showing off her knowledge of Prince. I deserve to be on that panel. I deserve to be on that panel. I know. He was discovered by a look at it. It's just like it's out of a holster. Look at her. You know she's going, I deserve to be on the show with Prince.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He was discovered by B.G. Colkey.
Actually, for probably a few months, I've just really been getting into him. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, all right, so why don't you introduce your who your boyfriend is?
This is Be Real from Cypress Hill.
What do you like about Howard?
If you're not that familiar with Howard, and it's possible, people in here, this is him at the absolute height of just his interview skills it was just a free for all of anything goes. It is so amazing how different the show is then versus now.
Right.
The guy interviewing Jackie writing for him. You're not going to even if you listen to the direct now, and I don't know why you would, or any kind of boondoggle reviewing it. This guy, I cannot believe this is the same show.
What year is this?
96.
96. Okay.
This is like the height of Nest of Vipers. You don't want to go in there. She's a fan. And so she's going to persevere anything he has to, throw at her. This is also cool in this, like, you get to see his desk. You see, like, Jackie's notes all over his desk and stuff. Because they dance. And so there's a shot of his desk you get to see in this.
I like his honesty. I like that he's blunt and he doesn't bullshit. He gets straight to the point, and that's what I like about it.
So she says bullshit. And that's the E show. This is remastered for Howard TV. So that was not on. I guess they bleeped it.
They probably bleeped it for E. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you nervous about going in there?
No, not at all. I'm excited.
Are you nervous that she's going in there? Yeah, come on.
God, you must be going crazy with Ganji talking right now, Davyd.
I mean,
right?
Listen, all hands above the covers right now.
I'll choke him out.
Here's Carmen Electra. Must be her real name.
That's the old studio.
She's dating the guy from Cypress Hill.
Electra family.
And I know the guy from Cypress Hill. He ain't a real good-looking guy, but...
This is Robin's crazy during this, too. This is such a different show. This is why I became a fan. Like, you're reminded, this is what I used to... It's amazing. Like, the bad years are going to outnumber the good years very soon. Welcome, Barbara DeRush.
Real quick. Because I know you love this topic,
there is absolutely no way Howard's hair goes from that to what it is currently.
I couldn't even focus on the
way.
video, Tendrils. I couldn't even focus on the content. I was staring at his hair the whole time. That happens to me all the time. Honestly, you nailed it. Missing in action. Welcome, sir. Prince, in his early years, is lucky to become an opener for Rick James. In the Parliament, there you go. Funkadelic, he ended up ripping off a lot from them, to the point that RJ eventually kicked. Thank you, Missing. That's what they just said in a different way.
Yeah, I remember reading it somewhere. It was Missing in Action. Yeah.
Oh, I love that name, by the way. There's, of course, Philatelist in Provence says, I am the proud husband of All About the Tendrils. Welcome, Mr. Tendrils.
Yes,
the awesomest Prince freak ever. Cheers from France, you guys. So he's in France.
Oh,
he's in France.
Provence. I love
yes,
it. Okay.
a huge shout out to a Philatelist in Provence. He is my husband, and he's watching live from the south of France.
That's so awesome. Hey, Mr. Tendrils, please go to the the former Depp compound and get some shots with the bar that he worked, Jack Depp bartends at, with Vanessa Paradis. I need to know. You need to suss that out for me. You got to go to the Depp. Well, he doesn't. He's not there anymore. It's Vanessa's place.
Jack Depp is as rare as Bigfoot, so it's very important to get as much footage as possible.
And for Christ's sake, don't go anywhere near Roman Polanski, please.
Oh God.
He's in a band.
And they got a lot of pot or something.
Yeah. And she's really hot. She looks like a goddess. You know, I'm looking at these Playboy pictures. She's a friggin' goddess. Oh, yeah, that's what I need. I need to go out with you.
Yes, Barbara, the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yes,
I had this.
that's
We'll
my
get to that.
Yes.
And I actually had a rant. Howard had a rant that I have a rant about all the time, is how the NFL, every stadium should be. We just had a text conversation. Every stadium should be domed, at least a retractable roof, because I mean it's nice to have rain. That's all cool in Prince, but they almost canceled the New Jersey actually because of the weather. So you have to have. It should be mandatory that every single stadium has a retractable roof, just like Minnesota has had for years. And Howard had a rant how it's stupid that the NFL lets weather dictate what they do, and I couldn't agree more. I say this all the time. It is too much power. The Browns, your Browns, Davyd, is a huge reason why these quarterbacks lose all their confidence, because they play in that shitty Lake Erie weather all the time, and they just go through quarterbacks like Prince goes through light-skinned honeys.
Do you remember a couple years ago, Howard, like he was complaining about the Super Bowl, how it was, it was Lady Gaga or someone was the halftime show, and he was like, why can't it be real music like James Taylor? Like,
yes.
And I just remember thinking, like, you're gonna expect an amped up Super Bowl crowd to like get super quiet for the acoustic stylings of James Taylor.
I've seen
oh my God!
You sing it, Tamara. You sing it. You do.
No.
You go. No. Fuck me. I sing all the time. You do it.
No.
Everybody wants to hear you sing.
We're gonna sing the same thing.
Your mom wants to hear you sing. Your parents are listening right now. Your mom wants to hear you sing. Go ahead, Tamara. Go ahead.
I don't sound good. I seen fire, I seen rain. Is that what you were getting ready to sing?
Yes, keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember the rest of it.
I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always finish it. Finish it.
Thought I'd see you again.
All right, Davyd.
Guess who?
Anyway, that was my one Howard Super Bowl memory. It was just his ridiculous expectations of what a Super Bowl halftime show should be.
You know what my favorite James Taylor song is? A song called Copper Lines. You know that one?
No.
I don't know that.
Okay, never. I'm not going to sing it. I don't know if anyone knows it. I don't know. It's slightly obscure, but I think it was a modest hit.
I'd give you everything.
Fellow clinical depression sufferer too, James Taylor.
Yeah,
very interesting. Yeah. I like him. His son Ben is a doppelganger. They used to do Howard Show all the time. James Taylor was constantly on Howard Show. He was on Howard Show probably a half dozen times in the 90s.
I remember that. Yeah,
the diamonds and stuff. God damn, you're good looking.
Thank you.
Holy mackerel! I know that guy from CYPRUS HILL just gets you because he's in a band. You would never even look at him.
He's so sweet.
Yeah.
He's a really good person.
Yeah, I know he is. He's a nice guy,
great.
but
He's from your precious Ohio too, by the way, Davyd.
Yeah, that's right.
You remember what I said? I mean, you're kind of exempt from this, but how Ohio is Florida North and how it all or this weird. If you watch like cop videos and all the weird, it's all out of Ohio or Florida. It's crazy. And so many Carmen Electras come from Florida as well. There's so many that go to LA. It really is. Ohio is Florida North.
Never got anything like you. He's the guy from Cypress Hill?
No, actually, he just got in town, so he wasn't with me. I went with AJ.
AJ Benza?
Yeah, I had an interview, and then...
We gotta have AJ on the show.
Honestly.
So much shit. I'm friends with him, kinda. You know, he's from West Islip. I'm from Sayville. It's the same town. They called West Islip the town he's from White Islip because it was the other towns were mixed race, and it was this town he's from is like 100% white, and everything around them is like the Bloods and the Crips and the Latin Kings, and he's from White Islip.
I love how. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, maybe you can make him jealous by telling him that Chauncey's been on the show a bunch of times.
That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do.
Wow.
I want to have them both on at the same time. Let them gossip about. That'd be fun.
Totally.
Do him?
Of course
AJ.
not.
No?
No.
Oh.
No.
AJ, look at these nude pictures. Those have got to be implants, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
of
yeah.
course.
Those are sticking straight up.
I just want to give you a little stuff on Carmen before we get. She's getting the Prince. We're winding up. He's building to it. I mean, I really think that's 50% of the reason he had her on. I mean, he's having guests on just so they could gossip about Prince.
Yeah. Right.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Davyd.
No, I never thought about it that way. Like, you think he's having these women on to just like objectify them, but it's really he just wants to have a coffee clatch with them, like, and gossip about celebrities.
And you got it. And Howard's gay, so he's got a crush on Prince, and he's mimicking his style. He comes up so just me doing the research this week. It's insane how often he comes up. Like, we thought we were going to run out of shit. Even Tamara was like, "You're not going to run out. You're going to you ain't going to be one show." And God, she's right. I constantly. There's almost no week on Mark's Freegan if you do I call it the sort of G spot move with the Control F that Sarah taught. It's really the G spot of keyboards. You hit Control F, and all of a sudden you type the name in. And it doesn't matter what week it is. He comes up all the time. So Howard is obsessed with Prince.
Well, and part of it is, I feel like the 90s is kind of like pre-metrosexual even being a term. And so whether it's Prince or even the interviews that Howard did in the 90s with like Boy George, he's trying to get some kind of like, what is your essence? How can I steal your essence so I can be attractive to gay men?
This is what do you think he and Ralph do all the time? Right? How many conversations have they had about his stupid brand? Right? And Buckwald, like, that's all they do is plot this horrible, poser. What'd you call it, Davyd? That phrase you used before.
I don't even remember.
Oh, so many great things come out of your mouth.
But
you forget.
But I think it's so easy to go from the. You know how they always, like, with men, it's like, if you're going to go jet black and your hair is gray, like, do it gradually. I think it's the same with Howard's style choice, where it's like, I'm going to be a hardcore rocker looking like Joey Ramone, but then slowly that sort of becomes more and more effeminate, and there's more, it sort of goes in this weird direction.
There's nothing casual about it.
Right.
It is all super duper calculated. You're absolutely right. He was just following Rick James, says MIA. Rick James only signed women to record deals like Tina Marie. Oh, what was that song? Fire and Desire. It's like 8 minutes long. Listen to that. And it's on my phone.
I don't believe for 1 second that Howard is not gay. No way.
Yeah.
It's so. Where were we? I mean, we just didn't see it at the time, and we bought into his ruse, and it was just he's playing the role of a heterosexual, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so anybody can see it now.
I think there's just so much. There's so much cloak and dagger shenanigans with his like, he seems hypersexual. The character he plays is hypersexual, and it all seems in the direction of women. But then you don't see the mirrors pointed in the direction of Jackie's boner, right.
Right. When Jackie stops writing for him, you could see the drop off of what that persona was. I mean, this interview is so Jackie. It's so much Jackie, and the questions and the rapid fire.
But even just oh yeah.
Go ahead.
But even just what I was referring to is
David.
more like the sort of him getting his male staff aroused. That's the stuff that we did. That's the sort of misdirect that I think people don't see initially, because you're just so focused on him like lathering up Carmen Electra, you know.
But
you
then
don't
you're
see that
hiding
there's
under the guise of satire. You're hiding under the guise of, you know, satire. This is a goof, or this is what guys, or locker room talk, whatever.
Right.
Facade he's using, but we should have saw through it even back then.
So, guys, that
a lot of
means
people.
Howard is a great actor, correct?
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
guys-
if you do it every day, if you do that,
Yeah.
of course you're gonna eventually lean into the character. It's gonna be, he's playing a heterosexual.
I also like, he's a con man, so that you know,
I like that
I don't.
better.
Yeah, I don't believe anything this con man is selling me. I think just acting comes with part of being a con man. Basically.
Yeah, you're lying all the time, right? They
Right.
say actors are professional liars, right? He's just
Right.
He's a great serial liar. And
Well,
he does
I
it
also
so reflexively.
I also think it's so worth pointing out that gay men don't talk about gay shit as much as he does.
No,
exactly.
Very
I mean, really.
Very
It's always great to hear a gay guy go, I don't even do that. I don't even watch
No, and
the show.
I've said this before, like any of the stuff that Howard does on his show, like especially in the last 15 years to get off, whether it's Cocktober or Sal and Richard bullshit, I do not find arousing in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
You know, so I think it's just his standards have to be so low because he refuses to come out of the closet. And so his standard for the kind of men that he's sexualizing, I mean, they're heinous, hideous men, you know, that work on his show. And more for me. So, you know.
By the way, Davyd, I don't want to steal Kathy Griffin's act, but you're my favorite guy.
Thank you.
I love him.
You gotta love him. You gotta love him.
Oh God. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
So Rupert Pumpkin goes here, and I remember, I remember the days. I was such a magazine file.
Hey, John, I'm sorry. Can Tendrils just sent a note? Can you let them back in?
Yeah, sure. I don't know how. I'm sorry.
They hit the wrong button. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's understandable. Is it just Tendrils?
Yes. We're good. We're all here.
Good. We're good. Thank you, David. I didn't see that.
It's okay.
Again, eyes and ears. This is what David does. This is what he does effortlessly. He's comfort. He's comfort, as they said about Dustin Gwen on the set of 21 Jump Street. Rupert Pumpkin says, I remember snarky. I see what I'm saying about magazines. I just remember, like, it was nothing funny than reading a snarky magazine columnist, and you would laugh. My routine was I would go to Barnes and Noble and get a stack of magazines, just read it cover to cover. And I remember just cackling at shit like this, because I remember a snarky Rolling Stone comment about one of Prince's proteges, and the quote went, Apollonia 6, talent 0. That's something that would have me like spit out the coffee like at the cafe.
What are those, silicone or the saline?
Saline.
Super job.
Thank you.
Let me applaud your plastic surgeon. Look at that.
Who was the guy that finally got her to give it up?
I bet you was some football player or something, like the most popular kid in high school.
Actually, he was a rapper.
A rap star?
No, not a rap star, just a rapper in school.
A black
in
guy?
High school.
Was he a black guy?
Yeah.
You gave your virginity to a black guy?
You'll see racist Howard here. He's it's just every 10 seconds he's going, he's a black guy, he's a black guy, he's a black guy, he's a black guy, he's a black guy. And then Jackie's writing for him, and it doesn't stop. It goes on. I edited this immensely. And
thank you.
It was nice, but you need to see how racist he can be. And I think
I already know.
Jackie's going to his card catalog of black jokes right now. He's panicking so much, right?
Yeah.
John, you use the N-word a lot.
Good. I'm sorry, Tendrils.
Hey, meanwhile, wave a BBC in his face, and he's
right. Exactly.
Yes, he's not talking about Benny Hill either when she does BBC.
I'm not a rap star, just a rapper in school.
Black guy?
High school.
Was he a black guy?
Yeah.
You gave your virginity to a black guy? What?
Is there anything wrong with that?
Yeah, there's a lot wrong with that.
That's what we got on you, Howard.
There's a major problem there. What are you talking about?
Give it to a white
No
guy.
kidding.
Give it to a black guy.
Give it to a black guy? No kidding. You go for black guys, don't you? I know white chicks who only go for black guys. And
Is
the
she
guy,
white? I don't know.
are you white, chick?
I'm Indian and Irish.
That's white.
All right.
That's white.
That's white. She's just tan. But I knew girls like this.
Yeah.
Great looking girls. They even tried to date white guys.
They
to
didn't like 'em?
They did. And the guy in Cypress Hill is sort of Negro.
Oh God, I mean, sort of.
What is he?
He's Cuban. Cuban.
Yeah, he's like a black guy.
What are you, Daniel Carver now?
No, I'm just telling you, he's close to being a black guy, right? Right?
Yeah.
If we did a black guy count, how many times? That was a minute and a half. He
Yeah.
said black guy. You know how he has this this OCD where he has to repeat the same phrase probably 112 times a show. I bet you would come out to 112 times. You said, "That's a black guy. That's a black guy. That's a black guy. That's a black guy."
It's like a gooning word for him. I mean, it really it's a fetishistic thing for Howard too. That's another like quasi-sexual hang up with him too, I think. I think if we analyze it any further, but and you forget that Robin is sitting right there, just
Right there.
tolerating
That's
all
his
this.
heat shield.
Yeah.
You get away with that. If
Right.
Robin's there, you go, how can I be racist if my, of course, I mean, we've gone over that 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And she's a willing participant. She knows full well. I remember Spike Lee went after her for that once. By the way, I just watched, I'm in the process of watching Clockers. And it's a movie. I used to live in that neighborhood, speaking of gang, and I lived a mile away from where it was filmed. And I didn't know it at the time. My friend Mike Yander said, they shot Clockers where I did the census in the fucking Gowanus houses. And I didn't realize how dangerous it was. I didn't care. It was an adventure. I needed to be around the blacks. I needed to see what was going on. I felt like I was undercover on a Jump Street episode. I had to do it. And it was the same play, and it wasn't the same feeling, but it was the entire movie. Clockers is shot in the Gowanus houses in the Wyckoff projects in that part of Brooklyn, Boerum Hill, I think it is considered. And originally it was supposed to be a Martin Scorsese film with De Niro. He can't do anything that's not Ginzo. He passed to do, I think, the highly overrated Casino, and passed it down to Spike Lee. And then Scorsese still gets a producer credit on it. And then Harvey Keitel, who I realized watching that sounds exactly like Colin Quinn,
It does.
subbed in for, he's the Jewish De Niro. So he subbed in for De Niro. And then he played the cop. So it's John Turturro, who lived on my block in President Street, which is a mile away from. And I didn't know that. I told that Turturro lived on the block, but I realized Clockers years later. And then I realized, holy shit. Turturro lived on my block, and he could literally walk to the set from where that was on President. It's bizarre. Interesting neighborhood. It's really gentrified now. It's really yuppified and white, but it was really eclectic when I lived there.
Yeah. So you only go with black guys, right?
No, not only.
You ever been with a white guy?
No.
Because Prince, I think, is a black guy. You've never been with a white guy?
No.
See, I told you. It's like a whole thing.
Well, like some guys only like blondes. It's the same deal.
Thank you, Sky Spectre.
No,
I'm part black. My mother's black.
Can we go out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Parents hated blacks, and you're doing this to...
No, not at all.
No?
Mm-mm.
Do your parents like that you date black guys?
Do they what?
Do they like it that you
Do
date?
they like it?
Yeah.
They don't mind as long as the person is good and
Really?
treat me with respect.
What planet are they from? Mars?
The planet human. They
Human.
sound like good.
Yes, Barbara. That Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey's nickname is Mimi, and it's like an homage to herself, the emancipation. It's just so pompous. Like Tommy Mottola is the emancipation, I guess, and really Glitter was a disaster too. So it was like a really bad time for her, right? The early 2000s, because
But you got to remember. I'm sorry, Armin, to disturb you, but
No, go ahead.
I could have sworn Glitter was considered a disaster because it came out right after 9/11 when no one was really doing it.
Well, that was her excuse, but really what it is, right? Just like Prince did with Purple Rain and Eminem with 8 Mile, that was her like vaguely semi-autobiography without saying her name. That's her life story. And it was
I've never seen that movie, by the way.
so bad.
I haven't
It's like
either.
saying your life story is a failure. Like that hit her. She had a huge breakdown after that, and it was because there's nothing worse than doing a movie about your life.
Yeah.
And saying your life is not is a flop.
It's box office poison.
Yeah, it's a box office poison.
But her book did well.
The book did well, but it's kind of not the same thing because she's dishing dirt. Like
that's true.
It was the lowest performing album. I got kicked. I went on her message. She had a message board. And I went on there because they were talking about it all the time. Like Vinnie Favale would be on there, and I accused her of buying her own albums on her message board, and she actually personally banned me from it. She responded, I don't buy my own records. That's the most ridiculous. I did that because that's when the record industry was dying. And if you could buy enough albums, you could be in the top 5 and not even sell a lot. So I accused her of buying her own albums so she would stay relevant in the top 5.
I think that's what Howard did with Comes Again.
That's exactly right. He definitely did that. But it wasn't even, even that didn't work. And then she actually personally banned me from her. I joined her message board, the Lambs or whatever it was.
Yes. Off topic, how many places are you banned?
Oh God!
You know what I mean?
I'll give you a list.
Say something, you're banned.
Twitter, not Twitter, right? I'll give you, and it's multiple accounts, and it's Reddit, and it's not even. A lot of times, it's not even warranted. And YouTube, and 10 YouTube. That's a great quote. I'm gonna come up with a master list for you.
I think that's warranted. Go ahead.
It's tough, and each time a little bit of me dies in there and stuff. And you talk about comebacks. I'm the comeback kid, Corey Feldman.
Yeah. A big shout out to the Jamie Presley, Artie Lang text thread.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need more of that, right?
Brilliant.
We need more of those. Thank you, Tendrils.
Wow. No, the guy from CYPRUS HILL?
I've only...
No kidding.
Wow.
Man, you've only slept with black guys? And the guy from CYPRUS HILL?
I've only been with 3 people.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
In your entire life?
Yeah.
So you must be repulsed by it. So white.
No, I said no.
Really?
No.
I'd show you one if I had it.
Really?
Turned off the white guys. That's right.
Then
Howard's stock and trade back then, or cock and trade, was I had a small penis. So different jokes Jackie would write about having a small penis over and over again. It got real. Even like at this point, I've been listening for about 5 years, and it was old then. Like in '96, I'm so sick of this.
Wouldn't be staying with black guys if they didn't, if she loved it.
So you met this black guy, and where did you do it? When you were 18 or 17?
That's 110 black guys. You got to make it to 112.
Yeah, right.
For numerology, for David Allen.
On the front lawn?
Mom's listening, but I don't mind.
Yeah, who cares about your mom?
Oh, she's cool. She loves
She
it.
must be.
Yeah, that was a Jackie reference. It goes on the front lawn, so that's a reference to Nancy Sirianni.
Right.
Or whatever that rumor was, having sex with a black guy at a party and in Bayville on a front lawn. And
She's hot as you?
She's beautiful.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd like to go out with your mother.
Oh, she's...
How old are you?
Everyone loves her. 23.
Yeah, it's super. Can I ask that question again? How old are you?
23.
Yeah. Does your mom date black?
So she might have been underage. She might have been. What's the age of? Prince knows every age of consent in every fucking state. He's one of those guys. I guarantee you, Minnesota's not 18. It's got to be 17. Is 16 consent like in Louisiana or something?
I don't
some
even
ridiculous.
know.
I think it's that. I'm glad I don't know. I'm glad.
I know. I was about to say. Yeah.
Okay, Arm.
Yeah.
I just did a Google, and it says in Minnesota the age of consent for sexual activity is 16.
There you go. And he took it. That's crazy. Thank you, Tendrils.
That's why I had to call out that misfact of him seeing her for the first time at 22. Bull ass.
Right.
You know what's gross about that? That's like saying that's the legal limit. I would go lower if the law allowed me. That's like saying that and he did. So you can always go lower than that you're even willing to do that. That is so gross. That is so ridiculous. He gets away with that shit.
Well, and the other part about Mayte is that basically her parents signed off on it.
Yeah. That's like Shoshana Weinstein.
Yeah.
Tendrils and Seinfeld. Davyd and I talk about. We might as well just call this show Shoshana Feld, or we talk about her every time we do Armfeld.
I'm fascinated, but that's why. Yeah, that's why the album title Emancipation, the parents had to get involved in emancipating their daughter to give her over to Prince,
And they're only going to do that if there's a transactional something to be gained from it financially.
Right.
You're not going to. You're not going to do that with the school teacher, right? That's getting arrested. You're doing it only with a celebrity because you think somehow that's your rocket ship to fame and riches.
Right, because the celebrity comes
sell out your own daughter.
Right. The celebrity comes with a dowry of like fame and fortune, you know. So of course they're going to agree to it, you know.
You had me at dowry.
Yeah. Black guys?
I think she has before.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a whole family thing. I take your temperature with my tongue.
You would.
Yeah. What is it, Gary? Gary looks like a black guy.
You know, it all sort of makes sense now because as she was walking out of the green room, Joe Frazier was walking in.
Oh.
And she looked at him like, I thought maybe she recognized him, but she just looked.
So these are the days when multiple guests would come in, and so she's on the show the same day as Joe Frazier, and they show the green room here, which is like, this is great old footage.
Looked at him like, wow.
Oh yeah, she's licking her lips.
I just said hi.
Come on in, we're crossing over gas. We're gonna have to. Can I just actually move some of that stuff so Joe can grab a seat? Carmen, follow me. Come on in, everybody.
Hey, yo, man.
He's dating the guy from.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I love them listening to the show in the green room when they're playing it.
I know.
You dig Joe Frazier, right?
No.
The champ. Hey now.
Cool.
Go wild for Joe Frazier. The champ. You want to.
Look at Joni pulling out the facts. She's still going. If I can make the keyboard sounds right now, tap, Irish type. WB wanted to name Prince and hence the symbol. So I guess Warner Brothers bought out his name. He would let that happen, huh? That's a great fact, Joni.
Joni's doing river dance on her keyboard to get that fact right out.
A black guy. That guy's as black as they come.
Oh.
He's got full
I'm
black
happy.
features. There's no white man in him.
No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Uncut.
Yeah. I mean, you want to be with a real black man.
Now, one might say Howard being gay is projecting. So he's going through using Carmen Electra as a vessel to his fantasy with a, what do they say? What is the term again for
living vicariously?
Living vicariously is something, but I was going to say, oh God, what is the term for a black guy? Never mind. It'll come to me. But he's living. He's projecting through Carmen Electra of what his fantasies, and we didn't catch it at the time. Like we just couldn't see it.
Yeah, he's using Carmen Electra as a VR headset at this moment. You know, basically,
you're hanging around with these black guys who. You're hanging around with these black guys who are like almost white.
Almost
like
white.
Prince.
Yeah, like Prince. I'm sure Prince is Italian. So what happened? You did Prince?
We used to fool around a lot in the studio.
No kidding.
She's pretty upfront and candid about. She doesn't really hold back. I thought she was gonna like be dodgy. Apparently, she comes in again, and then she doesn't walk it back, but she won't talk about it anymore. So something happened in that time, but here she fucking dishes. She's her first time on the show, and she wants to deliver. They usually do.
Did Prince?
Can I say two things really quick? You brought up Shoshana Lonstein, and random fact, I sing that stupid Shoshana Lonstein Double D's and Innocent at 17 song like often.
We start our show with it. That starts our show with it. The on-film show.
And then the other thing I want to just quickly kind of talk about was Prince becoming the symbol.
Yeah.
So in 1993, he released an album titled Come. Like Come With Me, COME.
COME, right.
And on the front of the cover, it has his birth year and 1993, basically saying, Prince is dead. This is birth date and death, birth year and death year.
Like The Weeknd.
Yeah, and it became, I don't know if there was actual legal, I don't know if it was legitimate legal strategy or not, but part of the ploy in announcing his death, changing his name to the symbol, was basically a way to say, I'm this person, I'm not Prince.
Right.
So therefore, you have a contract with somebody that does not exist.
Oh wow! He's like playing chess with the executives in that way, like always, like
that was basically a huge part of that whole ploy.
Okay.
Quick question: did he finish his album obligations? Then I don't think he did. Right?
Yeah, he did.
Prince. Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
I thought he had one more. Okay.
No, he released. They released an album titled The Vault, which super fans were like, oh my God, it's going to be so great. And it had a lot of really good stuff on it. But like, if you were going to call through the vaults, that would not be the album that you would put together.
Right.
And then he also did an album titled Chaos and Disorder, was another one that helped him to fulfill the contract. Yeah. So he did ultimately fulfill it completely.
Finish it. Okay.
What was the hubbub over initially? Was it just creative differences? Was it just he got difficult, they got difficult? What was the falling out? The real reason?
Well, it basically came down to money.
Of course.
Basically what it came down to.
How avaricious was he? How money obsessed was he?
Well, I'm gonna backtrack just a kind of little tiny bit, but let me just finish that thought. So he was paid like, I don't know, $200 million or something in his contract.
Damn.
And I think he just started seeing other people making like a lot of money for, less output and less quality is subjective, I guess. But so he just started becoming really obsessed about, I made this music. It's my creations. And he's not wrong on that. But, a contract is a contract and you got to, figure your way out of it.
Renegotiate it, right.
And,
well, that's like Tendrils. That's like anything, other walk of entertainment. Sports, right? An athlete signs a deal. 3 years later, there's a TV contract and it goes nuts. And players that are way worse than that guy now are getting 3 times more and they can't take it for 10 seconds and they have to renegotiate. It's just like, or movie contracts, right? Where a movie star all of a sudden gets, oh, you got to be kidding me. You're paying that guy what? It's all sorts of, and in Prince's case, the influence from him, Tamara just brought up, and the only reason I know who this guy is because of Lily Rose Depp's show, The Idol. The Weeknd, if you see this guy, he's clearly influenced by Prince, right? I mean, is there any doubt, right? Does he play like multiple instruments? He looks like him, he sounds like him.
He scares me.
Yeah. But that's the influence Prince has over, there's so many people that use him as their muse or inspiration to getting it. It's unbelievable. I had no idea. I mean, like grunge musicians and shit. Out of that Minnesota scene, which Paul Westerberg was the godfather of alternative music, and they're both from the same, that area of Minnesota. It's pro wrestling and music coming out of it.
I wanted to just share another parallel between Prince and Howard. So I've started listening to Howard Stern in '91. Huge fan, like all of you. I never went to Sirius. So, the clips that I saw was all just my little searches on YouTube. And mostly I was looking for fights. And that's how I discovered Radio Gunk.
Oh, wow.
I typed in the Google machine, Howard and Robin fights. And the video that popped up was Tarsi Merck.
That's my channel.
Yeah, Tarsi Merck. Wow. And she's running she's on a beach. And so I listened to that, and that was the first one that I listened to, and I was like, you know what? They're right. Howard is full of shit.
That's what Tamara said.
Yeah, and so that's how I got roped into the gunk community. But I had a very similar experience with Prince of becoming an ex-fan because in the 90s, I mean, you have to think about the times, okay? Like I bought, when there were records, I bought, as many records as there were that existed before tapes came in. And then I bought all the tapes, and then CDs came in and I bought all the CDs. So it's like, I bought this shit probably 5 or 6 times over in my entire life, right? And so in '96, was around the time most people started getting access to the internet, and it was you remember it was really fucking slow.
Of course,
it was all dial up.
Yep.
The websites were not that elaborate because they just didn't have the bandwidth. You know what I'm saying? They just didn't have
GeoCities. Yeah, I remember that well. I remember
They just
very
didn't
well.
have the bandwidth for it. And the thing that was instrumental in turning me away from Prince as a fan was, you know, back in those days, there were a lot of Prince fan websites. There were, you know, maybe like I remember this lyric site, and just had like some simple images and then all the lyrics to Prince's song. Back then, there was no way of like electronically paying for anything. There was no way of monetizing any of that stuff.
It was the Wild West. You could do whatever you want. I know, it was great.
And,
it was a great time.
And Prince went after, you know, these.
I remember that. I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah. He went after these small players and literally got a lot of them shut down. So
yeah, that's the
you
worst.
know, as a Prince fan, having that sort of you know, ancillary resource, and now all of a sudden it's gone, and you're like, what happened? And to find out it was him.
Yep.
And then there were other fan communities. The one that I belonged to was Prince.org, and it's the same thing. He tried to shut them all down, sued them, tried to get money out of them. Like it was crazy.
And you're kind of going like, what does a guy like that need your money for? Like punching down like that. And he, like you just said, he had a $200 million contract. What on earth are you suing someone who maybe they work in like retail or something? How would why would you even waste your time with the lawyer? And you can't appreciate your fans that they're going to that extent to do that shit. That is awful. You're right. You were right.
Yeah, so that was I you know, now that Prince has passed away, I'm reconciled and all that stuff. There's no need to, you know, hold that animosity. I want to tell a quick
very
story.
valid. It's very, very valid. I agree with every word you said. That's very valid. I know exactly. And a lot of them, he's not the only one that does that. There's some real uptight pains, and then that validates what a pain in the ass he is. I think part of why I didn't like him was shit like that, and how difficult he was with just music on YouTube. Just like, what are you let people enjoy your music. You got paid. It's not going to happen again. What else are you going to do with it? You really can't take it with you, as he'll be the first to tell you at this point. I don't believe he took it with him.
And I wanted to tell a real quick story around or about his death. So, you know, I mentioned earlier the Come album where he basically is announcing the death of Prince. And it was a huge part of that whole like era and the album and the music and the tour. Mayte was with the band at that time, and she would say Prince is dead, but in Spanish.
Right.
And so when Prince passed away, my mom called me in the morning and she said, Prince is dead. And I said, what? She goes, Prince is dead. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, Prince is dead. I don't understand what you mean. And when I told my friend this, he goes, oh, you were in such denial. I'm like, no, it wasn't that at all. I thought she was referencing that 1993 campaign. And I was like, why is my mom referencing this campaign from like, you know, 30 years ago or whatever? And then it hit me. She's like, Prince, he died at his, you know, estate. And I was like,
almost like a fake Andy Kaufman death, like where he's trying to create like a ruse with his own fans that he died, but now he's dead for real. And you don't buy it. Almost like he's doing shtick so much you don't even buy that he died.
Yeah, I couldn't listen to his music for 6 months. Easy.
Wow.
I mean, I'm sure Tam Fran knows, but he died in April, and he has a song off the Parade album called Sometimes It Snows in April, and it's about the death of his best friend, and it's already like a moving song. No, I could not even go near that song for years. I'm like, there's no way, because I was bursting out in absolute tears over like happy songs. I'm like, there's no way I could listen to that sad stuff right now.
He's been dead for 9 years, by the way.
Yeah.
Now, isn't that crazy? It does seem like it just happened. And he would be, I want to say, 67 now?
Same age as Madonna.
Yeah.
66.
Yep, 1958, right.
Yeah, he'd be 67 in June.
By the way, Barbara
Tendrils.
DeRush called his dog with Nelson. That's a great name, Babs. I love it.
Speaking of Barbara DeRush, Tendrils, I saw a comment from her. Have you ever been to Paisley Park? That's a great question.
You know what? I actually never did. Let me actually talk about one of the best things about being a Prince fan that involves the internet. So in 2000, at my house, we still had dial-up. I don't know if there was more, faster ways at that point in time. I don't think so. And Prince launched a music club, and it was $100 to be a member for a year. And each month they released unreleased songs. There was like an hour or 2 hour sort of like mega mix where they just, mixed in Prince stuff and Prince related artists. And then in the 10th month, the download was an unreleased album, The Rainbow Children. And so we got that album before it hit the stores. And at the end of the year, there was Prince went on tour, and fan or club members got the first dibs at seating. No movie stars, no famous people, no record executives, only club members. And we went to go see him at the Kodak Theater on Hollywood and Highland. And we got to the line, I think, at 5 a.m, and it was already like 200 people. So they start letting people in around 2 o'clock, and we get towards the entrance, and I see my friend Angie. Shout out to Angela.
By the way, Tendrils, don't feel so bad. Davyd did the same thing for Neil Sedaka. Same time, same line, everything. So don't feel bad.
And so I saw my friend, she bolted for like an alternate door. She opened it and she got in. And by the time I walked in, the first like 10 rows were completely full. And my friend Angie, she's waving. She's like, hey, I'm over here, over here. She got us front row, the first 2 seats on the other side of the theater. And Prince did a 45-minute sound check for us only.
I would rather see the sound check than the concert.
Oh my God. And literally, like, I'm sitting 4 feet from Prince. Like,
wow.
It was, I mean, talk about like, as a fan,
great.
like, it was amazing.
What year is this?
That was in 2000.
Okay, so there's no cell phones. You're not worried. He's not. That motherfucker had cell phones confiscated in the way that Chappelle does. He's probably the first one to do it, I bet, and that's where Chappelle got it from.
I still think we were using pagers.
Oh yeah. Melvin goes, "Hey, Big Bottom Latinas saved my life as well." Tendrils. That's from Melvin Goldstein.
No, and when I tell you the Cholas, they protected me. I'm not even kidding.
I believe it.
They are a huge reason that I ever made it in those fucking neighborhoods.
Oh God, I mean, you could turn that into a shiv, like a prison contraband, right? Take that heel off and turn it into like some kind of
don't
machete.
mess with the Cholas.
He's right. He's right.
Gamma Man, Hillbilly Jim gave a hand release to Tatanka. What Chief Strong? Is that a Sal joke? I gave Chief. Oh God, Gamma Man, that is a deep pull by you. No pun intended. Did you mean Ghetto Bird?
Yes, hey John.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, so I have to hop off, but
ahead,
it was
Davyd.
so much fun. It was so much fun being on the show with Tendrils and Tam Fran. I hope we get to do it again soon.
Yes, and very, very, for me, this is very like mind blowing because I love you guys so much.
Oh,
yeah, you got to have a Deppening gathering down. And Davyd, little Armfeld this week.
Yeah, I'll text you. Yeah, okay. Definitely.
Okay,
it'll be fun.
All right,
bye,
thank you, Davyd.
Thanks.
That brilliant stuff. I love.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Bye.
Here we go.
We used to fool around a lot in the studio.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was fun.
So you had sex with him? Is he good?
Oh yeah.
He is?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How did he let her go?
Yeah.
I left.
You did? Why?
Yes.
It got too weird?
No, I lived in Minneapolis and I wanted to be in LA because I want to work. I didn't want to sit in Minneapolis and not do anything.
And was he like really upset?
I think so.
You do?
Yeah.
He was in love with you?
I think so, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he gets tons of broads though. I'm sure
Yeah,
he
he
doesn't
does.
sit too
He
long.
got over He's fine.
How long?
So, Carmen Electra, you know her real name is Tara Patrick after the porn actress? So she changed, I don't know if that's why, but it just happens to be. So she dumps Prince, and that's all because I want to be I can't waste this in me. This is what I hate about this obsession with the two coasts. I'm a New Yorker, and you guys are in LA. I mean, it's just this crazy, arrogant, flyover state attitude we have. I do love that Prince just refused. You know, obviously he had a house in LA too, right? I mean, he must have, and I'm sure. But he's stuck with Minneapolis. He's stuck with Paisley Park and stayed there. And you know, she's just starry-eyed, fucking late teens, early 20s, and she can't get this. LA is filled with too many Carmen Electras. That is a bizarre. She dumped him. Isn't that crazy?
Yep.
Are you dating him?
So he's 2.5 years.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, this was a long relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And when a guy like that seduces you, does he lay a whole bunch of gifts and stuff on you?
He's very generous.
He is?
Yes.
No
Shopping
kidding.
sprees.
Like
you know.
what? What would you buy? Clothes and
Yeah, he would
cars?
just
And...
send me out shopping, and I would just buy everything.
Oh, God.
It's fun.
And let me tell you, it's worth it. And
Yeah,
then when he would come home from a day in the studio, would you like bathe him and stuff and get in a tub with him? And
No.
No?
No, she
He
gave him a
works all the
fashion
time.
show of all the stuff she bought.
Mm.
Exactly.
Did he
Strip
pay?
show.
Did he pay for your breasts?
No.
He did not.
No.
You paid for them yourself.
No, actually, Be Real.
Be Real paid for
Yeah.
them? What a great guy. Be
Isn't
Real
that
from
sweet?
Cypress
He
Hill.
bought her breast.
Rupert Pumpkin's a very common, for Prince interest. I liked Prince for a couple of years in the early 80s, and I lost interest in his music. That's a lot of people. And then he surfaces here with her in the early 90s. That's the Diamonds. Is that the name of the album, Diamonds and Pearls?
Yeah.
What are the other songs from that are hits, if so?
Probably, as I'm thinking
From
about
that
it,
album?
nothing really. I mean, Diamonds and Pearls was the.
I can't remember anything either. What is it? You could be the most beautiful girl in the world. What is that from?
That was from the Gold Experience, which was his first official symbol album. Which that album
Okay, right.
is ass.
See, my problem with Prince is I find his songwriting to be overrated. I think I as a fan of music, I like socially conscious lyrics. I like lyrics that speak to problems and what's going on in the world around you. I don't like pussy fog music. I don't like, we got it. You want to get laid? We got it. You're in a pussy fog. We got it. Over and over again. The same. Now he writes it in a glorified way, but I found a lot of his lyrics to be simplistic and trite and predictable and redundant. That's my problem with him. And I find him to be an overrated songwriter.
Well,
what do you think about that?
I don't know about Tam Fran, but you absolutely certainly can basically move through the catalog and pull out some amazing, absolutely amazing songs. In a context of what you're saying you'd like to hear. Yeah, there's a lot of that too.
Do you find that he's too out of touch with the world around him, that he's living in his own head and in Paisley Park and that is in his own shtick coma, that he doesn't observe enough about the world around him to write socially, like the grunge movement did, like a Springsteen does, like a Billy Joel does, do you find that he misses that?
Tam Fran, do you have anything to say about that?
You know his catalog way better than I do. I'm going on the songs I know. And it seems to be just a ton of pussy foggery over and over again.
Tam Fran, do you have anything to say about
Go
that
ahead.
before I weigh
I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Tendrils. I'm answering a call. I'm sorry. Give me one.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so there was a huge, huge allure of being a Prince fan and the way that Prince looked at the world. I'm going to say from 80 to like 89.
Okay.
That window.
Yeah, MTV window.
His in Controversy, that album, there's a song called Uptown. And he, it's like white, black, Puerto Rican, everybody just a freaking. And, it's like our clothes, our hair, we don't care. It's all about being there, Uptown. And it was very inclusive. It was a very inclusive song,
Right.
And there was a lot of inclusivity throughout that time period. Things like the album Around the World in a Day, The Ladder, Pop Life. I mean, a lot of those themes were very universal.
I like Pop Life is my favorite Prince song. That's funny you say that.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's I don't know what the backstory behind that song, the subtext, the premise, but I like that song, and I could dissect the lyrics, I'm sure. And I love the arrangement of it. I don't know if I'm an outlier in that way, but I love.
I think it's one of the most unusual Prince songs
Yep.
that he's ever made. One of the most unusual songs that he ever created, and and also in that period was Love Sexy, where he basically had this sort of spiritual kind of awakening, or something along those lines, and the messages were very universal. In other words, people from all walks of life, people from maybe even different religions. I grew up right-wing, evangelical Christian. So just the messaging during that time period was very uplifting.
Right.
But generic,
Generic.
at the
I know what you
same
mean.
time.
Yep.
So, so it was easily accessible for a lot of people to just have that feeling as a fan, like you're part of something good, something bigger, something that has meaning, something that the reality is.
But at the same time, he's shutting down websites of
well, that came in the 90s.
So he's not inclusive because he's shutting Yeah,
Well,
okay. But I'm saying like that the real guy comes out and he's shutting down websites of normies.
But he eventually moved away from that. Yeah. He moved away from that, and it became something ugly.
Yep.
Yeah.
You remember?
You
I'm
gonna
sorry
say it,
I
Tamara?
couldn't answer. I'm sorry I couldn't answer. I'm on call, so I had to answer the phone. I was gonna say, you remember there were things that Prince was saying that people were saying they were Prince theories, like he was being more socially conscious about the chemtrails, that was in the sky. He also talked about how we need to do better as a people to come together. So I think he was socially conscious, but he was also about his money and not giving up his control of things because he worked so hard, quote unquote, to.
Also ironic, he's a Bernie Sanders supporter, by the way.
Really?
I found out. Yeah, which is ironic, which is
I didn't
anti
know.
what you're saying. No, it doesn't even track with that. I mean, he's a walking contradiction in a lot of ways in that way.
Yeah, a lot of his socially conscious stuff actually came about after he converted.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of that really came after he was converted. So, again, for a lot of fans, it was fans were very divided. Even with like the conscious messaging, like the things that you would want to hear from someone, about society and this and that.
Right.
People were a little more skeptical about the message then.
Well, that's a great answer. It's missing in action brings, but Cat Williams definitely did, right? Bit off Prince. That look and everything. I didn't even think of that. Right? There's no, and he kind of talks like him in a way. That's a great catch by you, MIA. I didn't. Damn it, Telly Savalas, welcome. When Johnny Myers says Prince is on Letterman, he pretended to get shot and dying, got dragged off so he didn't have to say bye to Letterman. Dave was so pissed. I didn't know that, Johnny. That's crazy.
I never heard that story.
I need to find that.
We got to find that for next time. Bojack in the house. Yes, back to Carmen Electra and Prince.
Yeah. Hey, baby,
Be real, but they're not real.
I love you very much, but let me see you dance.
Yeah, so Howard brings her and they start dancing, and you get to see
All right. Leave that your breast. Yep, you just spilled all the water. I don't care. It's fine.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Don't even be upset.
All right, music maestro.
All right, we're gonna dance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Pumpkin brings up a good point before when he was talking about Prince losing that child. Howard didn't see Howard a quite different when Allison lost her child in the abortion.
Wait for this music to kick in.
All right, hold on.
This isn't the song Gary asked for, but.
What is this? This is how. Okay. Look at me. Look at me.
She's not looking at you. She's dancing.
She needs to go to LA to do that. That's why you have to leave, Prince. Like, you're going to LA to do what? Nothing. You do this. Like, what is her career? Like, what? The acting, it's like a joke. Like, she's only. Nobody needs her for any acting prowess. Or you're going to LA to do this. That's why you want to leave. Is that really worth it? I think you'd have more integrity if you stayed in Minnesota.
Yeah, she eventually went on to hook up with Dave Navarro.
Oh God, yeah, that marriage. Sarah,
They were
I
married,
forgot about that. Her hit list is crazy. Dennis Rodman, right? I gotta go. This is the first time she'd ever done the Stern Show too.
Where are you, Howard?
I'm down here on the floor. Yeah. Look at me. Did you see how I went down on the floor?
Barbara DeRuss's Be Real is a show on YouTube where they just sit in a car and smoke pot with the windows up. God damn it. That sounds really ambitious.
Yeah, baby. Simulate sex with me. That's it. Hey, you are a good dancer. Look at this. Look at what I'm doing with my hand.
Woo! That's
Look at that.
good.
Yeah, Sarah saw Dave Navarro at, I think, a Chili Pepper show and flashed him in the crowd on the side of the stage. That's interesting. And yeah, she brings up Trent. He's going to come up in this. Trent Reznor has a lot of, again, there's a lot of Prince in these guys.
Let me see you dance.
Oh, you want to see me dance?
Yeah, I'm busy dancing. I can't look. Man, look at how she moves. You move like that in bed?
Yeah, Missing in Action brings up Carmen Electra and Howard had supposedly a fake fling where they're at a party. I forget whose it was. It could have been what's his name, the producer, that super producer, who did God damn it, was it Russell Crowe's house? Was it Mary McCormick? And he was in the shower with Carmen Electra. He tells that story over and over, and nothing happened. That was about 4 or 5 years after this. They're in that mad tear phase.
Of course.
Now it's
Oh man, Fishman took us around.
Better than that.
Really? All right, get away from me before I jump on top of you and I deflate your breast implants. I'll puncture them. I'll pop your breast right off your head. Well, you bitches are the same.
Oh, what do you call it, bitch?
I'm angry.
She just danced.
Now I'm mad at you.
Why are you mad?
I need a joint. Where's your boyfriend? Place, house?
Yeah,
Yeah.
very big. Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. Tendrils is getting a compliment here. Sky Spectre says, great. Tendrils thought that was fake when it came up 30 minutes ago. Bravo, friends. Thank you, Sky Spectre. We thank you. Kumi looks better in drag than Howard. Jesus Christ. Arm is amazing how he remembers every word to every song. That's not. I mean, this song hits, though, Barbara. Thank you, Babs. Go ahead, Tamara. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My microphone came out. Do you know if Howard was married here? Or
Yeah,
was he
he's
not
very much married.
He was married.
He's got his marriage has 3. Well, he announces his separation 3 years after this. I surmised it was done maybe a year and change after this. I think the reason he didn't go to Stuttering John's wedding is because he and Allison were on the outs, because Allison had to have been invited because she was friends with Susanna, and there's no way she's not going. And so they didn't want everybody to know that they were separated. Dominic went, Ralph went. There's no way he wouldn't go to that. And it doesn't come up why. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, some rap star you are, Be Real. You ain't a real rap star, man. If you're not down with the people.
I brought this for you.
What is that?
It's our platinum plaque.
You're a good man.
I may want to break it over your head right now.
Thanks, man. You know I love your band.
I came empty-handed last time. I figured, hey.
You know, I thought you were down with the people like a regular guy. Now I realize that you're totally.
Barbara DeRush. I'm sorry, not Barbara DeRush. Telly Savalas wants to know, Tamara, who do you like better, the Gap Band or Earth, Wind, and Fire?
No, I think you said KC and the Sunshine.
I changed it.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Definitely.
Earth, Wind, and Fire are amazing. You said you like Phil Collins and Phil Bailey's Easy Lover better than Earth, Wind, and Fire's regular stuff? I can't believe it. That's a
recall.
crazy answer
No.
by you.
Is that
I
true?
saw Earth, Wind,
Yeah,
and
I'm just
Fire
kidding.
in concert 5 or 6 years ago. Awesome. Beautiful.
Leave you and deceive you. Never forget it. Oh,
Show business.
Hey.
Look what you got.
Hey.
She digs black guys.
Some of us are lucky.
Yeah, see, he talks like a black guy.
Yeah, he got that whole black thing going.
Yeah, and you know what it is? He's a white guy who acts black.
He's a wigger.
Yeah, he's a wigger.
Let's get one thing
Let's get it straight, man.
I'm a straight up Latin.
Me too, then. You're as Latin as I am.
I ain't white.
This is I cannot believe this is the same show as the crap today. Isn't it unbelievable how fucking loose cannon it is? And this is why they couldn't get guests. They get Julia Roberts after this, by the way.
Yeah, it is truly such a huge downfall from this to father hunger.
Yep.
What the hell?
You are white.
I got black in my family tree.
See,
my great grandmother, but I ain't no wigger, never been one.
See, rap guys need to prove that they're black.
That's right.
Or else it could be the end of their career. Hey, man,
I don't got to prove nothing.
Chill, man, chill. Oh, I can't believe it, man.
Hey,
I tell you, man, pot schmott, man. I'm into vagina. Look at you. Look. Does Prince wear underwear?
No.
He does not. I didn't think he did.
I heard he wears
Neither do I.
G-strings.
Yeah, I heard that.
He doesn't wear G-strings.
He's like a girl.
Hey,
that's as close to making love to a girl as you can get.
B-Real doesn't like to talk about.
Howard's not curious. He's taking notes. He is projecting. He is taking. He wants every detail so he can mimic what Prince is doing.
No, Prince.
Who's bigger in the pants, Prince or Be Real?
I'm a Prince fan.
There it is.
Who's bigger?
I'm a Prince fan, so I ain't gonna.
It's all good.
Come on, I want to know.
Why does a heterosexual married man with 3 daughters need to know that?
It's all good.
Who's had more of you, Prince or Be Real?
You're no good, man.
Oh man, I can't believe it.
You're telling us.
Hey, wait a minute. I could
Real.
bring back Scandalous for you, and
Don't bring back anything in your life.
You're not going to tell me you didn't ask that.
Ask what?
If you were bigger.
No, I never asked.
You don't want to know?
I don't give a.
You don't?
No, because I put it on her. It don't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It don't matter.
All right. Well,
Can you pause for a second?
Yeah, sure. That's done.
What man? I don't know a man that I've been with that says, "Hey, the last guy, was he bigger than me? Was he?" No guy asked that.
This is why every gay guy thinks they're like, I don't even want to know that. A gay guy would say that. And he's going, we just didn't see, we thought, oh, he's being so provocative. It's so shocking. I can't believe he said penis. And he's like, every single guest, no matter what, he's going to ask that to. And eventually it's not comedy anymore. This is what you want.
Yeah.
You're projecting. It's crazy how we fell for it. It really is insane.
Yeah. And
guess we'll come
the
in.
truth is Prince did not wear underwear, and there's plenty pictures of an outline penis in many of his photos.
Okay.
You can find it easy.
Welcome, Housey Football. Speaking of outline of schwanzes, and better late than pregnant. Welcome, Housey Football. Johnny Meyer says, I love the Lemmy and James Taylor duet. Did they do one? Motorhead and I didn't know that. Used to hotbox a lot of my Camaros, says Autobot. Me too well. I remember I had the roach clip feathers hanging from the mirror. Okay, this is so this is crazy. This combines all these names we've been bandying about, all the prickly, difficult guys at the same time. This is the Howard Stern show at the MTV VMAs in 1998. Johnny Depp is there promoting 1999, promoting Sleepy Hollow. And so Howard gets a list of all the people who won't do press. This is 1999. Listen to the who's who. This is a Sarah list, if there ever was one, of who's not doing press.
It's a little early.
No. The prospects are good though.
The prospects are great.
Yeah, because Entertainment Tonight's already out.
So obviously, the MTV, that was a huge. Did you guys watch this as much as I did in the night? It was a big event. Like, we would have parties watching it on a Thursday night and then go out afterwards. And it was a big deal. And so many moments. He obviously did Fart Man in 92. And it was still big, and this is 99. And one of the rare times they took the show out somewhere to do it at night. It's a way better energy. And they had a ton of guests come through, and they got a list after the show. Like, after they did their thing on stage, they would come through this media line, and they would submitted a list of who's not doing press. And so listen to this list.
on the red carpet getting guests.
And we got a whole list.
You should have asked to be on the red carpet.
We did.
We did.
Didn't ask me.
Weren't you in that meeting when you guys said no?
He was busy picking out his dress. Well, anyway, thank you, Joe.
But wait a minute, didn't we get another list of the people who were not doing press tonight?
Yeah, there are people who are not doing, but Regis Philbin and the artist formerly known as Prince.
And two others.
Why?
9 Inch Nails.
Here's the list of people who will not do press, definitely. And not just for us, but for everyone.
Okay.
So, if you don't know this, Howard went on to live in the same building. Regis Philbin,
As Regis,
of
yeah.
all people.
Wow.
And this, I think he was there already here, number one. And Regis, of all people, decides, like, he's such an oxymoron being at the MTV VMAs, and I guess he's got to do the fucking Kathy Lee show in the morning. Somehow, I would think he's the last guy that would say that, but he ain't doing it. Maybe he's just getting out of there. And so it's Regis. He said Prince. He said 9 Inch Nails / Trent Reznor. And I'll show you something after this.
The artist.
Yeah, that's Prince.
I just wish I could see him. I go, hey, Prince, come over here, you big pussy. Your name is Prince.
Hey, you midget.
Come over here, you little midget. The artist and Regis. Regis, why doesn't Regis want to do press?
I mean, he's got to get up early.
Is that it?
Lee. He's got problems.
All right. Yeah, she won't put on a bra.
That's true. That's
By the way, you
true.
might put on a bra with that outfit, Joe. Your nipples are protruding. Notice Joe is doing press.
Oh, there's one more person who's not doing press, and that's Eddie Lee Wilkins. Thank you, Josh Foster. Thank you. And so all these names at the same, it's an odd list, but here comes another one.
But the artist and Regis won't do press. The artist, Johnny Depp, Regis Philbin, and 9 Inch Nails. Trent Reznor will not do press.
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp doesn't even have a movie career, does he?
He's got a new movie.
He does have a movie career.
Except
I don't know how does he
every
keep
movie
on
he
going?
does.
So oddly enough, he's there and in New York to promote Sleepy Hollow. He goes on to do the Stern Show years after this on the phone, which some might say is Sleepy Hollow 2 from Hell. Sleepy Hollow ends up being the first movie to ever make 9 figures in Depp's career. He had a bunch of modest hits, and he was a super duper 90s of artistic endeavors that were thinking man's movies. And Sleepy Hollow is the first time he would consider, he's kind of doing like a big, that's a Tim Burton movie, and it actually made. You can fact check me on this. $101 million in the States, and I believe $170 million worldwide. It would seem like it would be a bigger international film than it was, but that's the first time Depp ever cracked the 9-figure mark in his life.
I have full faith that you remember correctly.
You don't have to look. I'm bragging. Look it up, I dare you.
I do.
Never makes money. It's a horrible movie.
The astronaut's wife.
horrible.
He sleeps through it.
You saw it?
It's one of the worst movies I've seen this year.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Well, we ought to put him in a dress.
So boring.
That's what I think. Joe, I like your outfit for
Thank you.
what it's worth.
I want to borrow it. I know.
Nah, I don't think I'd fit in it.
So that's bitter Howard shitting on all the people that he models every move. I mean, literally, look at that is the murderer's row of everybody he knocks off of, right? Trent Reznor, Prince, and Johnny Depp. So they all are not doing press. I mean, for Prince, you kind of expect it. Depp isn't usually that prickly press-wise, but guess who? Now this is at the actual awards. Look at this. Look at the way you come together. This is so crazy too, because look at who Chris Rock's talking to here as he hosts it.
Wow. Will Smith didn't win again. Oh.
Will Smith.
Wow.
Isn't that so? You got the Oscar snipe, and here, I mean, this is 99.
Wow. Will Smith didn't win again. Oh my God. I've never seen such a thing. All right. You got Mark McGrath and Jennifer Lopez. Now, if she was the lead singer of his group, they'd have to call her Sugar Ass. Come on.
So look, this is my favorite intro of all time, what he says about that.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, from Tim Burton's new movie, Sleepy Hollow, give it up for the rich man Skeet Ulrich, Johnny Depp.
Look at the plunging neckline. Look at how you talk about calculated. Look at this. Look. The rich man Skeet Ulrich. That is such a great joke.
Well, and
Skeet Ulrich is like what Kobe Bryant is to Michael Jordan. He's a knockoff Depp, and he would be.
Oh my God.
They get him. He looks exactly like. He really looks. It's impossible not to think that when you see him.
Well, and
And he was kind of made his debut in Scream, like Depp made his debut in Nightmare on Elm Street, and
Ladies and gentlemen.
Listen to who he intros here.
Hold on, Arm. Central.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna reveal a Trent Reznor fun fact. He is in the Prince community famous for saying that he wanted to create a Prince album.
It's crazy how.
And I would have loved to see what the hell would have come up with if he tried.
And another guy who plays multiple instruments, like a super talent, right? Who's great in the studio. He writes for people. There's a lot of similarities with those two. They're both like really difficult to get interviews with. I bet you Reznor modeled so much of it. I bet to Prince did. I guarantee he did. And look at who he intros here.
Please welcome 9 Inch Nails.
Listen to that accent. 9 Inch Nail. He turned nails into 5 syllables. 9 Inch Nails. Look at that plunging neckline. Now that's not modesty, Johnny. Especially with the picture you have in your office of you with the plunging neckline, Larry, when you talk to Larry King.
But it's not even. But it's not even just plunging. It's like that one side is, totally trying to like reveal his nipple or something.
Right. He knows he knows exactly what he's doing. Don't think for a second that's not calculated. And this next thing, and you two LA broads, and Davyd was here too. Was it a big deal when Howard did the Magic Hour, and he was making fun of Magic Show for weeks and weeks, and then they went there to just like almost like barnstorm it, to goof on him, and they brought the whole Magic Johnson's talk show, which I look at it now, I would rather watch that than Jimmy Fallon. I think he's better than early Conan. Conan's show in the beginning was awful. Like Magic was way better than those guys in the first week. It's just like they didn't want it to succeed. I'm not saying it was good, but I've seen way worse since that. So Magic graciously.
When did it come out again? When did that?
1998, summer of '98.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I mean, Arsenio Hall. You got to give a shout out to him because his show really was fantastic.
Every night I watched Arsenio, way before I would watch Carson. And he was great because he had sports stars on that nobody would have on. He would think outside the box. Like, I'm going to have, that was really when the NBA started to really get popular. And he would have, every fucking night, it would be like Carmelo and Barkley and Scottie Pippen. Obviously, he had Jordan on. Magic was on every night. Like Magic, he and Magic was such good friends that obviously Magic's show felt like you're watching this, like, Dollar Tree Arsenio when you watched it. Obviously it's hard, but again, I've seen worse, and Jimmy Fallon's worse.
But isn't that the show where they had people partying?
I'm sorry, say again, Tendrils?
With the Magic Johnson, that appearance, didn't they like do a song of farts or something?
Yeah, yes they did. The Losers did a farts to start it off, and he gave Howard control. He had nothing to lose. They were going to get canceled. And he just let Howard come on and do whatever he wanted to get publicity. And it really, to this day, and Magic doesn't hate anybody. He's one of the most gracious, like mega icons with regular people. And I'm a Laker hater, but he's impossible to dislike.
I've met him several times too, Arm. Very nice.
He's as nice as you think he is, right?
Yeah.
Treats everybody the same. He's everything right with sports and show business. And I mean, I get why they tried to do this with him. He's super charisma, like a businessman, does tons of charities. I don't know how the guy has time in his day to do everything he does. I sit there and I go, how he's a Cone or the Redskins now, and it's
Dodgers.
Crazy. Yep, Dodgers. In sports, you don't even associate with them. And
Magic Johnson has his own TGI Fridays on the outskirt of Culver City.
Movie theaters.
Yes.
You're the co-owner of that, right, Tamara? Your picture's up over the thing. You put your own picture.
Of course.
Tamara goes to these places and puts her own headshot in, and they go, "Who is that? Is that Sheila Living Single?"
Why not?
I know. I would do it too. So here I put the highlights up, and I just did what's germane to Prince. So this is Howard on the Magic Hour, and watch what happens. I wanted to leave the intro in just so you could see it.
From Los Angeles, it's the Magic Hour. Tonight, the one, the only Howard Stern.
So one of the Trump mistresses, not Stormy Daniels, you'll see her here.
A special performance by the Losers. 1998 Playboy Playmate of the Year, Karen.
So she's one of the broads that Trump cheated on his wife while she was
Mhm.
pregnant with, Karen McDougal.
Wow.
And yeah, this is the first time I knew who she was. She came up in the Stormy Daniels trial all the time.
And music from the ever glamorous Sheila E.
So there's Sheila E, right? And her relationship with Prince is the early 80s, right?
Yeah.
She's the house band from Magic.
Let me just say something really, really quick.
Yep.
So yeah, Sheila E actually was in his band for a certain period of time. You know, you know, Prince fans know that he changes bands, like, you know, he would change underwear if he wore them.
Underwear, yeah.
So she was part of the lineup at one point, and after Prince passed away, a lot of you know, a lot of people, his proteges and, you know, band members and stuff started doing interviews, and there is an interview of Apollonia where Apollonia completely, totally shades Sheila E.
They were trashing Sheila.
Wow,
E.
I got to see that.
Remember that? Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah.
Next time, I'm definitely gonna go. That sounds really interesting. Remind me if you can, because this all sorts of stuff comes to you late. That's why you have to have two shows, because shit like that comes to you and you go, oh god damn it. Well, I get so regretful if I miss something like that. Sky Spectre. It only became the K-Rock 2004. He became a fan. Howard is raised back in the day. Sky Spectre only came in Artie Satellite. My Artie, I can't work to music and only talk. Johnny Myers says, I think Howard really wants Prince to do his show, but he never. Yeah, that's his way of being a bitch. If you can't get him on, you shit talk the person. But again, he's so bipolar with Prince, Johnny, when you hear constantly changing his tune and backpedaling and kissing his ass and insulting him over and over. I couldn't believe how many times he does this. So here he is on the Magic Hour with.
And now, the man of the hour.
So that's Sheila all dressed up in yellow. Is that her brother Cleto Escovedo or something? He's playing. You'll see he's wearing a Howard wig.
I think so. And yellow is very appropriate color for her because she had a song called Yellow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
On one of her albums.
And you know,
this is 19. Was he born in 98? Because this is
sorry.
98. This is 98. So could he have been born like right here? Tendrils?
Who have been born?
Her son.
Oh gosh. You know what? I'm obviously a bad Prince fan because I had no idea Sheila E had a son.
Oh, you said Yellow. She named her son Yellow. Didn't you say that?
No, a song.
Oh, I thought you said song.
I was going to say that her brother has a child that's famous right now.
Okay.
You know
who? You know who it is? You know the name?
Yeah, isn't it Nicole Richie?
It's Nicole Richie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? Shit. Okay. Damn it. I didn't
Nicole
know that.
Richie. Somehow she escaped the Escobedo clan and ended up, you know, adopted.
Yeah. And Lionel adopted her?
Yeah, adopted and raised her. Like I don't know the actual story of that, but it is very strange.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gamma Man Industrial Challenge. The Gowanus Canal. That is the most disgusting thing. I can't believe I used to run over that all the time. It was disgusting. I used to think, what happens if I fell into this fucking? It's like, even it's dirty as it is. Could you imagine the Gowanus swimming in the? I would do it for 10 grand. I would swim in the Gowanus Canal.
Sheila and Peter. Peter, Mike.
What's up, man?
Look at the hair.
See, they think they're trolling Howard here. The story goes that they had like a huddle of how they're going to deal with him. They're going to try to troll him and do all shit like this. And they're going to play You Light Up My Life to try to, almost like kill him with kindness in a way. Right. So I think this is her brother, or is this guy going to be Kimmel's band leader? I think after this, I can't remember. Yeah, Johnny Meyer with John Turturro there, unapproachable, horrible on set. I'd never heard that. Interesting, Johnny. I can't talk to an extra kind of vibe. Holy shit. I stopped him on the street when I saw him in Park Slope, and I forced him to talk about Depp. They were
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I was going to say a Sony fun fact. Part of your employment, you had to acknowledge and agree that you could not approach a star. And I saw many, many movie stars in my 15 years there. And that's obviously understandable, but you can't even look at them.
This is Howard and the eye contact, right? Where do you think he gets this shit from? You're right. You are right.
In addition, Tendrils, even at world famous hotels or bars, you are not allowed to personally talk with the guests as well.
You know, it's funny. You can have a lawsuit over that. Like, let's say you get fired from Sony, right, for approaching Skeet Ulrich, and you take him to court. You go, I don't think he's a star, and you have like this whole debate with the jury, and they're going, look at his film. This is not a star, no. And then you show him like the judge makes him like walk down the street, nobody recognizes him. You prove that you're not actually a star.
You know what?
What does that mean? What does that even mean? It's stupid.
I love it. That is so shady. I thought it was my coworker. I didn't even know they were famous.
But like it's so arbitrary, right? What does that even mean? A star? How do you quantify that? How do you statistically quantify what a star is? It's so stupid. And everyone's different. Oh, I would love to see you take him. I would love to get fired and take him to court for that.
If you guys know it's gonna be this crazy, I mean, we had to turn down 2,000-3,000 people.
That's good. That's right. I'm ready though. I'm looking forward to it. We got nothing but love for the brother. Let's go.
Well, my biggest fan is in the house. And I've been doing this show for about 3 weeks. And he talks about me every single day.
That's true. Somebody put together a compilation, and I'm jealous I didn't do it first. And whoever, I think it's fucking our friend from the, what's his nickname from The Office, the guy who does all the great compilations. Oh, God damn it. I love this guy. I forgot, blanking on his name. The blank compilation. Anyway, he did a 9.5 hour compilation on on Howard goofing on the Magic Hour on a show from the late 90s. 9.5 hours. Every day he would do it. It was Todd Packer. That's his name. It just came to me. So if you get a chance, Todd Packer, who I was kind of friendly with online a lot. We admired each other's work. And I haven't seen him. I'm not sure. He pops up every now and again, but he has the most amazing compilations. Like 4 parts on Mark Harris, and they're all 10 hours each. It's crazy.
Check that out.
They're all, you can find them everywhere. I have a ton of them too. And
hey, Arm.
Yeah.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out of what a huge fan that I am of you. I really,
that makes 2 of us.
I understand like your thought process, and I know sometimes people get frustrated, but I'm the same way. I never tell a story from fucking 1 to 10.
That was the best insult compliment I've ever gotten in my life about ADHD.
Yeah, never.
You know,
I'm the exact same way. So it makes,
thank you very much.
It just makes sense. Like you make sense to me.
Yes.
I get it. You know, I'm not confused. I'm celebratory. I'm like, this is awesome.
You don't need the Cliff Notes.
And one of my friends, I was, you know, because usually when the show comes on, I'll leave and I'll just go on a walk for a few hours, listening, commenting, or whatever. And my friend's like, what's the podcast? And I just give him kind of a brief description. And I told him, I said, you know, Arm really is like a greyhound or like a shepherd dog. He needs to run. And I gave the example of Erica Durance. And when you brought it up on RG,
yeah,
I think maybe 20 or 25 minutes was spent on it. But then when you did your own show on it, it was like 5 hours. I love it.
Did you ever see her talking about it in modern day? How disturbed she is still by it, how traumatized she is? It's crazy. Did we properly go over that part when she was on with the Michael Rosenbaum show? I think we must have.
You know what? No. Yeah, you did. You did bring it up. And, you know, no offense, Erica Durance, but like literally calm down. She's like, I brought shame to my family. I'm like, listen, you need to like broaden your mental horizons because you're torturing yourself for no reason.
No, I wish I could talk to her. I really do. I wish I could talk. I wish I could be her therapist. But it was hard. I mean, I do see being, because the worst part about that, they made shit up to make her they made the story up. So she was doing their bidding. In the pre-interview, they told her, "Oh, Erica, these nude parties. We're gonna make pretend that you went to these nude parties, and you're gonna talk." She's like, "All right, I don't really, whatever, to promote the movie. I don't really, I don't have those." But so they gave her fake talking points to come in there with, and then they just beat it to death. And they would take it. And Sal and Richard came in there and harassed her. It's a Me Too. I mean, it's. Yeah. I'm not saying that she should get over. Of course, you're gonna get over it, but that was horrifying. You're a girl,
But it's also the thing about Hollywood. Like, if that was me, like I would literally slap someone in the face.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to convince me to go, and do your fucking crazy shit.
I would have charged the studio. I would have, especially if, by the way, it's Howard's doing. So Sal and Richard are the heat shield in that situation. He's making that, and he backed away from it. He had them come in. It's all on him. And then you're blaming Sal. And I believe they're all part of it, but that's Howard's say so. Nobody comes in there without him greenlighting it. And then he doesn't get, it's bullshit. She could have had such a lawsuit. Just even if she didn't win it, just to hear him squirm, just to see him have to go to court with you. He has such a team of lawyers, like a retainer. He throws money at so much shit we have no idea about. And the whole point of it is to make it go away so you never knew it existed.
But you know what, though? It raises a good point. It would be advantageous to sue Howard because he would avoid discovery at every cost.
So he would settle. Exactly right. Exactly right. It's always go after him. Follow the money and that's what AJ. Remember the AJ Benza John so AJ punches John, and Howard did John's bidding. Like Howard's the one who put John through. So AJ slaps John, but it's Howard that did it. He should be slapping Howard. AJ's sitting in on the show. He knows how it works. He said for full shows in the Jackie chair. He knows how he should be slapping Howard, not slapping John. Because that's who did it.
Yeah, and Howard is like the master passive aggressive and acting innocent.
Yep.
Lies.
And it's the same scenario, both those things with John and Erica Durance. Didn't Steven Tyler? Yeah, Steven Tyler is a shady mother effer, Housey football. Prince missing in action. Prince is a huge Jerry Lee Lewis fan. Didn't Steven Tyler legally adopt a girl and take her on the road and Yeah, he's got some creepy ass. Yes, Housey. If you read, he kind of brags about it in the biography. That's right. Rupert says Howard wanted Dennis Rodman, not Carmen Electra. That's so funny, Rupert. Like Sheila E's got that fake smile plastered on her. Look at her face here. She hates his guts, and she's trying to troll him here with "You Light Up My Life," and hoping it. They rehearsed this and they planned it, and Howard's sort of not having it, and he does this.
Yeah, she's really good with the fake smile, though. I'll tell you that.
Yes, plastered on. Right?
She really is. And I thought you were joking when you said "Light Up My Life."
Yeah. They've sat there and they go, let's sing "You Light Up My Life" because it's so the opposite of what he does to us. And they're very spiritual and they're very religious, apparently. Sheila E is. And they had this like sort of prayer circle from what I heard. Magic hates Howard to this day. He doesn't hate anybody. Magic said that, the way the racism and the whole thing, he said it was really, really the worst he's ever been treated and talked to in his life. And it's still, I've never seen Magic not take the high road.
Well, Howard went on his apology tour. Did he ever apologize to? No.
Good question. There's an article, if you get a chance, there's an article on Magic in that about a year ago, because Magic had a special on Apple TV, like a 5-part documentary or something.
I remember that. Yes.
And so, did you see the article, Tamara?
No, but I'm pulling it up now because I
Okay.
want to
If you
read
see
it
it,
later.
yeah, you get, yeah. If you see it, and maybe like just kind of briefly read.
Yeah.
She's very beautiful. Do I light up your life? I truly do. Don't I?
All right, now let's get right to it. Now,
Basketball. But first of all, what I think you got to do is the show needs some work. It does need some work. I think Sheila would admit that. First of all, Sheila, the first night you came out, you're showing your breasts, you were showing some leg. Tonight, you dress more conservative than Magic. You really should.
Well, you know she can't rip off her top.
She can rip off her top. She used to be with Prince. He was ripping her top off every night.
All right, what else?
That's the last thing Sheila E wants to engage in right there. He's talking about Prince and getting into that. She thought he came right at her, and he brought his whole staff with him. Jackie's there, Fred's there, Robin actually comes on later on. We're gonna do a whole show on that. That was crazy. It was a really big deal. I thought I heard in LA too when that went down. They were turning people away.
Real quick, one question I actually did not answer. No, I've never been to Paisley Park.
Yeah, that's Barbara DeRush. I was about to read it. Thank you.
About that.
Yeah, I've never been, but another amazing thing for Prince fans back in the early 2000s, Prince did these things called celebrations, and people would go to Paisley Park, and it would be sort of like a week of festivities with different musical acts, Prince doing a concert at the end. I wanted to do those things, but back then life was a little bit complicated, so I just never did it. But now there tends to be gatherings at Paisley Park around the anniversary of Prince's death.
I assume it's not free. How much does it cost for a day pass at Paisley Park?
No.
Can you get a season pass like Six Flags? Can you get a flash pass and go to the front of the line?
No, you definitely have to pay for sure.
You think it's 3 figures?
Oh, easy.
Oh, I got a question for you because my cousin Anton went to a concert. He met Michael Wilbon at a Prince concert. How much is a Prince typically? Let's say you get good seats at any given in LA. What does a Prince concert cost?
Okay, so I actually have been to Prince concerts in LA where miraculously I got relatively good seats and sometimes great seats for under $200. But definitely, like most big stars, there are tickets that are just like you're going to sell your home to get it.
Is he on the highest end of ticket sales among the big artists? He has to be, right?
Concert-wise?
Yeah.
I probably would say, he's got to be up there, but I don't know. He had big periods of time where he wasn't really.
And then when he did
doing a lot.
perform Tendrils, wasn't he doing more intimate shows in smaller settings?
Well, we're gonna get to that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No, not specifically that. It's just a specific one from the Hamptons. I can't believe you said that.
I talked about being part of the music club and then getting those 2 front seats and the pre-check, sound check. Yeah. And afterwards he performed at the House of Blues, and we on Sunset, and we went to the front of the line because the line was literally like 8 blocks long. Right. And we asked the guard, we said, we're members of the club. Is there anything different from us? He goes, "You're club members?" And we said, "Yeah." We showed him the wristband. He goes, "Oh, your entrance is around the back." So club members got access to the House of Blues. We were the first ones to enter. So we were up front of the stage. Amazing.
How many different shows have you been to? How many total Prince concerts have you been to?
Let me think.
20.
Oh, no. Let's see.
Why are you thinking about it? By the way, Jamiroquai, good catch, missing in action. Remember Jamiroquai? He came out with that song. It was called Virtual Reality or Virtual Sanity.
I
or
only
some
know
shit.
one song from
Yeah, it's all on it.
Jamiroquai.
But that's very good catch by MI. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tendrils.
I think I've been to probably 10.
Okay.
But my concert experiences were very quality because one time he performed out at BB King's House of Blues in Universal City. When I tell you maybe 200 people could fit into that thing, that's a lot.
That sounds like the Howard show.
We got to see Prince play in that venue for like 2 hours, like crazy.
I might have to skip to that.
Centrals, how old are you? Are you like 100 or something?
You're not supposed to ask a woman their age. Come on, Tamara. I know black don't crack,
Centrals
but come
has
on.
been to so many of these concerts. I'm like, wow.
1,000 lives.
Well, you know, okay, I'll tell you this.
And you don't have to answer that, by the way.
Well, I went clubbing all through the 90s. So
good time to go.
Got it.
Yeah, Gen X. We'll leave it at Gen X.
Yeah, Gen X for sure.
There you go. Me too.
Thank you, House. Yes, wrote the Road Warriors Hawk and Animal documentary with Precious Paul Ellering. That's how I got in. Well, I knew the Minnesota thing really hit home with me when I watched that. I watched that 2 years ago, and that's when I realized. And I knew the Minnesota wrestling scene before that, but that was when I had no idea that they were from there. And you know, they have all these fake alibis and aliases and back. And yeah, Jesus, that's good catch by you. So DJ Louis DeVito is heavily inspired. I don't even know who that is. DJ Louis DeVito. Is that like a fake kind of?
I don't know who that is either.
I don't know who that is.
That might be Gamma Man's alias. That might be a Lucas Delabate's DJ name. Welcome, Marta. Hey, Sugar. Nice use of Rogue. That's Rogue from the X-Men's line. Sugar. S-U-G-A-H. Welcome, Marta, who's a huge Prince fan, apparently. El Principe. Thank you, Rupert, for the HBO comment. Oh, I wrote that to myself. Oh, God, look, I'm jerking myself. I'm arrogant as that. There's something in the Midwest waters this summer. 1958, Prince, June 58. Minnesota, Madonna, 1958. Michigan, Michael Jackson, 1958. Indiana, Radio Gaga. Great stuff.
Yeah, and on the way here, my friend was kind of quizzing me, different things. When's Prince's birthday? I'm like, oh, that one's easy. And I said the same exact thing. I said, you know what? There was something in the water that year because Prince, Madonna, and Michael Jackson were all born, but within like a 300-mile radius of each other.
How about Johnny Depp and Wayman Tisdale?
Wow.
June 9th. Marta says Prince is one of my favorite guitarists of all time. Paisley Park looks like Dunder Mifflin. That is a great joke in comparison. That is really, if anyone knows The Office, that is from York, Pennsylvania, Dunder Mifflin. That is a great joke, Marta. Fantastic. Prince wrote Party Man about ARM. Is that what song? What is that? What is Party Man? Is that a good song?
Party Man. So Party Man is from the Batman soundtrack, and Party Man is about the Joker.
Bat Dance, obviously, the Howard's obsession with Bat Dance, that's in there too, and we'll get to that. Thank you, Tam Fran. Jesus Christ, I mean, that's straight from the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you, Tam Fran. We haven't even gotten to Madonna said did first Yander classes, cell phone lookup. Chappelle's good buddies with her manager and gave her the idea. Oh, I didn't know that. Huh. All right, next one. Do you guys want to do Howard's personal concert, or do you want to do some of the stuff? Maybe I could. I mean, I'll get to it. The next one would have been. Oh, this is good. Let's go this first. So one of the mistresses, one of the Prince hookups, F buddies, as it were, is a Playboy model who is truly one of the hottest chicks we've had up here. Fits right into Prince's type. We have the same type. And that is Devin Devasquez. Do you remember her? She's a Playboy model. She did the Stern Show a couple times in the early. She was trying to, I don't know, some odd way get with Howard. She comes on here, and Howard has her on here, and she divulges this. And she's very dodgy about it.
Vasquez is a Playboy playmate.
doesn't she look like all of them? Vanity, Apollonia, like right away. It's even the
They,
spin.
they really all do look the same.
It's crazy.
She was Miss June 1985. I didn't realize it was that long ago.
Wow, that's the month I graduated from high school.
How did you meet Prince? Tell me about that.
I don't want to talk about
tell me how you met him. Where did you meet him?
Honestly,
tell me.
that was so long ago.
But tell me how you met him.
You and me.
There's nothing to talk about.
What do you mean? There's lots to talk about.
What are we going to do?
I came to New York to see you, Howard.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Honestly.
She's not promoting.
What did you do last night?
No,
Why won't you talk to me about Prince?
Why? What's there to talk about?
How did you meet him?
He used to give me his clothes to wear, you know?
Where did you meet him?
21 years old.
Well, tell me about it. Where did you meet him? I'm always curious about celebrity interactions.
Why?
Because it's interesting to people.
Perhaps you could... I love her why. Isn't that great? Why? It's almost like she's calling him gay. Oh, you people like gossip, right? I know you're gay. Do you guys... What's the oldest woman... Prince ever, when he started a relationship, is that the oldest? 21? Everybody's in their teens.
No,
everyone's in their late teens.
Just based on just basic memory, I'm sure Manuela was probably the oldest.
Oh yeah,
because she was not like a. Hold on.
Well, that's crazy sleuthing we did about the age of consent in Minnesota, because that's really creepy, and it makes a whole lot of sense now that all these broads were seemingly underage, but barely.
Well, Manuela was 24 when she met Prince.
Yeah, so that's right with just like Devin Devasquez. Well, a little bit older than Devin Devasquez here. That's about the oldest, right? 24 is the oldest.
Probably. My God.
God damn, what a bizarre.
You guys like them young, huh?
No, I mean, you broads age like really like 47 is like the new 28 now. I cannot tell age difference. You broads age and this is not me trying to be some some fucking liberal ass kissing. You do you know I'm right. You broads age. It is not Winona Ryder is 54 now or 53 or 54. That's not the 50. She's the same age as Rue McClanahan on.
Yes,
Golden
I
Girls.
was going to say that from Golden Girls.
It's
exactly.
So
I was going to bring up the same thing.
Yes,
you broads have anti-aging gimmicks you all do and stick to, and you realize ways to but hydrate or all this. But it is not the same thing. It is not the same. 48 when I was a teenager is not the 48. It's just not. And I'm right. And we all agree.
Interact with you.
You're interacting with me now. I'm asking you about your history.
But that's boring to me.
No, it's not boring.
First of all, Prince doesn't like to be talked about. He's very quiet.
Who cares what he likes?
Are you still in touch with him?
No, yeah.
This is Howard trying to get his attention. This is 2003, by the way. So I'm actually doing this kind of chronologically. So he just goes back. He's so bipolar with Prince. He shits on him because he wants to get his attention. Then he praises him, and it's so.
No, I haven't talked to him in years.
Then what do we care?
Yeah, I mean, really.
I mean,
maybe you'll hear from him if you say a few words.
The last time I heard from him, he sent me a song. It was a 30-minute song called "The War."
Yeah.
And it's never been released.
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin. One more time. I own all the Prince catalog, so I can I can play that whole song if I wanted to. I could play all 30 minutes. I own every song he has, all of it. So we feel I don't know, Benjamin. We'll see what happens with that. But you're right. I own all the. Thank you for reminding everybody.
Also, she is hot. She's pretty.
No doubt.
Pretty.
She actually looks way better here. Way better than she did in Playboy, and that's fucking 8 years before that.
Yeah, the war was a big thing back then.
No, wait a minute.
For Prince fans,
this is 03. No, this is 18 years later. This is 8. She said she did Playboy in 85. So this is 18. This is 03. That's crazy.
Wow.
She looks way better here than she did in Playboy. Puerto Rican, no creaking, by the way. In terms
never
of,
been released. No, it's sort of a very heavy song, though.
Show me what you did to Prince sexually.
I wasn't very sexual back then.
No.
I really wasn't. I was 21.
So where did you meet him?
I'm a woman now. I'm very sexual
now. But where did you meet him?
I met him in Chicago.
And how does one meet you? I mean, how does a prince meet you? Where were you?
the home of what? Black Morticia Adams, right? Is that who she's going there for? He wishes. It is the home of the Playboy Club, right? Chicago, the Hugh Hefner Playboy. That's the origins of Chicago.
Well, I was shooting for Playboy at the time. I see. And he was in town during the Purple Rain tour, and the photographer thought that, you're his type. He would love to meet you, and I was, shooting for Playboy. So
Imagine having people just recruiting broads around the world. Hey, you're his type. You're Prince's type. Come on over. Like, that's all you got to do at that level. It's so crazy. Hey, you're his type. Okay, that's good enough.
It's not just Prince, though. There's all kind of musicians and actors that have people that pull, hey, you're his type, or hey, call this number or whatever, just to get the broad or girl or whatever.
How old are you? 24? Too old.
Yeah.
Freaking Fran, we talk about that all the time on here, and people get that. I on Radio Gunk, I used to do this all the time. Like, they talk about like Pete Davidson, right? I'm like, stop being in. They have publicists that hook them up with managers with stars because Lorne Michaels is trying to make a star. He doesn't belong on. It's not going to come off on talent. I'm going to take Pete Davidson and I'm going to match him with whatever starlet their publicist and it's not him. You really think he's reaching out to these people? This is some organic courting that's going on. How stupid are you that you think that they think all these Hollywood relationships are natural? It's managers and publicists that do this. That's why this happens. Lorne Michaels is not interested in funny. He's trying to make stars. That's what he cares about most.
Hey, Arm.
Yes.
This is not related to this clip, but it's a true story. And by the way, every story that I've ever shared in any venue, anywhere is 100% true. I went on a date with an older gentleman one time, and
John Lovitz. I got it.
I hope not Centrals. Don't do that, Centrals.
We started talking about music, and of course, Prince comes up. And so this guy swears to God, swears on his life that he was, okay, apparently back in the day, he was older. He was still good looking, but apparently back in the day, he was like a stud or a gigolo or something.
Definitely John Lovitz.
And he said he was walking down Santa Monica Boulevard, right where this record plant is. And he said that he was approached by a limousine and that the window went down and Prince, appeared and propositioned him.
Doing like an Eddie Murphy thing.
He swears by it.
I believe him. Totally believe it.
I'm in the opinion that, like Howard, there had to be a little something going on with Prince because, too much Maybelline and too many hills.
Well, we talk about this all the time, like with Mick Jagger and fucking David Bowie. Like these guys who have too many options, they get bored with heterosexual sex. They've done everything, and so the new kick is let's do that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like you've been indulged too long, too far, and you get bored with regular hetero stuff, and so you're going to that, right? I mean, doesn't that make sense?
Well, and also, I want to revisit the drugs real quick.
I missed that discussion. Oh, man.
Yeah, I want to revisit it because, so Prince was very, very anti-drug.
Yes,
so anti. When he did the Black Album, it's said that he took ecstasy, had a bad trip, and that's how the Love Sexy sort of that spiritual awakening came about. And it wasn't until like his death that it even occurred to me. Like I just never ever put two and two together. But after he died, and I was like, wait a minute. Back in the 90s, he used a cane as a prop. Yep. And these canes were elaborate. They'd be like gold with, platinum and diamonds on the tip or something. And I also heard rumors that the lollipops that he sucked on, that he, always had, were laced with drugs. And it just made sense. And I'm like, oh my God, the cane wasn't just a prop. Like he really actually needed it even back then.
Tendrils. You're right about that. Those lollipops are pain lollipops or lozenge. I can't remember that pain drug that you can lick. You know, they have to have a variety of pain medications that you can take. So tablets, liquids, lozenges, or those lollipops. I can't remember the name of them now.
Wait a minute, Tamfran, don't tell me you're giving out lollipops and walking sticks at the pharmaceutical window. Please don't tell me that.
There are
That's
on the level of Vicodin, there is a lollipop pain medication. I just can't think of the name right now.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I believe it. And by the way, the walking stick, I see that all the time. It's like a gimmick. And you don't think Johnny Depp's best friend Josh Richmond walks around with a walking stick? If you catch him walking in the truck, and I'm just like, he's just one of these guys who's on the scene, who knows everybody. But that is a thing now. The fucking cane and the walking stick as like a prop that they don't really need it to walk. What is that? I see that all the time now. Didn't Biggie have that too?
Well, Biggie needed it. I mean, he was huge.
He's a good-looking guy, though. Great-looking guy. King, thank you, King. I got married in the same day as Carmen Electra, Carmen Sandiego, in Las Vegas in 1999. That is great. Thank you, King. Like I said before, China Doll was killed the same day as Prince, I believe. Dr. Saturday's here dancing, and back to.
They introduced me to him, and we actually got in a wreck the night that.
Car wreck.
I got in a car wreck the night.
So you just went off with him the night you met him?
No. It was a whole ordeal. They wanted to get a picture. He didn't take pictures, and
So when do you decide to make the move and go to bed?
He actually had me at the concert, and he performed the whole concert. And I was in the front row.
So that had to turn you on.
It turned me on.
You were a young girl. The guys are very talented.
But he would send me to my room and call me on the phone and talk to me and play music. He really wasn't.
That's so funny. Oh God, if she today, like, you could record that, what you could get from that. That's so funny. He's playing his own music to her over the phone. That is so great. I love that shit. So she tried to get with Howard the first time she came in. So she's trying to do a Beth. I would drop Beth in a second for fucking Devin Devasquez.
Yes, I would too. Yes.
Oh God, it's not even close. That's how you know he's gay.
Can I give Beth a compliment real quick?
Sure.
I know a lot of people hate her, but this is one thing I absolutely respect and love about her.
She looks good for her age.
She had pitched basically having 2 cats. Howard said no, so she forced 1,000 cats on him. I love it.
No, she's a beard. I mean, Don Buchwald brought her in and said, he needs to look like a heterosexual after Allison, and you're going to go along with the program. What do you gain from this? You gain 3 fucking residences and everything, and the square footage and access to celebrities, and you don't have to climb on top of this goblin. And wouldn't anybody go along with that program?
I don't know if I could
the positives
live that
probably
life,
outweigh the negative.
I'm
What,
sorry.
Tamara?
I don't know if I could live that life just to, pretend all day.
No, and the thing is, it's one thing if you're promised that you don't have to have sex. Okay, fine. I get this money, I get clothes, and I get, but she doesn't even get to have a good time.
No, she has. It's got to be on his
so much
terms. He calls the shots.
Yeah.
I know.
You gotta be in by 7 o'clock. You got to eat dinner by 4. What the hell?
He can't have her going rogue and run away. He's got to keep tabs on. She can't go out there and divulge. She's fucking 8 glasses of wine with the fucking red teeth, and she's going off on, and eventually lets something slip. He's got to keep tabs on. She will let out all the shit he's hiding, and he's hiding shit. If she's the most he'll allow is she gets to go home to Pittsburgh while her dad's on house arrest. He's got to know everything because he's terrified she's going to let something out. You remember this shit with Ralph when he died and had to go there? And
she ran.
What do you think that's for Ralph? It's for him. He's hiding all those fucking closeted shits at Ralph's house, and that everyone knows that. He's not.
He didn't come on to me.
Oh, come on. He had sex with you.
I actually sat on his lap and kissed him the first time. But
how is he in bed? Is he good? Is he know what he's doing?
Howard needs to know that. Howard needs to know that. Hetero Howard with 3 daughters needs to know how good Prince is in bed. Well, he's with Beth too at this point. Isn't that crazy? We just like, oh yeah, that's normal. That we just back. Yeah, that's okay. That's nothing to see here.
No, these
Who
are the
asked that?
questions women want to know, Arm. That's what it is. Yeah.
Just tell me if he's a 10.
I don't kiss and tell. I wouldn't kiss and tell with you, Howard.
Tom Cruise on Jimmy Fallon's show, Barbara. That is a sword fight and a half, right? Those are two guys that Sarah's trying to out Tom Cruise for 20 years.
Wouldn't keep it quiet.
Yeah. See, you could come down to Cabo with me, Howard.
Cabo?
For my birthday.
Yeah, really?
Angels on the Fairway, which is what I did Stuff Magazine for, because I'm an angel with a devilish side. Yeah. With me, you're not married.
She's still laying it on. She doesn't trust that.
Yes, she is.
Yep.
Yes, she is.
She doesn't trust that Beth has got his balls in her fucking Hermes. Is it Hermes? Hermes purse? Johnny Myers, signs off on Magic too, Tamara. That he's the nicest guy.
Yeah, he is really cool. Yeah.
Married.
Right.
We could have so much fun. We could get to know each other. Just strictly having a date, because I haven't been thinking about you. I came all the way to New York.
I don't know.
See you.
I think when the vibrator's on, it's the real tale of who you're attracted to.
Yeah, who's in a way, Devin Devasquez is a Hispanic brunette, olive skin version of Angie Everhart. What's the difference? Right? Angie Everhart's Playboy model, barely out, right? What's the difference? She just got there too late. She could have been Angie Everhart. Did you know they live together? AJ Benz is one of the best things. He has a play-by-play of Angie Everhart living with Howard. It's the greatest thing ever. That the story goes that she had such a nocturnal. Her life was the opposite of his. And she'd wake up at like 1:30 in the afternoon with like Doritos, bags open, shit all over the place. And he's this, everything he does is this sort of calculated, closeted thing. And she couldn't take that. She was just this sort of like, party girl in a way different way, in a real way than Beth is, and doing her own thing. And he just couldn't deal with it. We're on two different coasts. Like she wouldn't have relocated for him.
Arm, real quick. I'm not going to say it exactly the way that you said it, but it's what you said is so true, and I love it too. You said you loved that she forced that on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes there's nothing better than watching him squirm in every way, and she thinks that she's going to cry. Yes, thank you, Sarah. I should do that. I always blank on.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think Davyd learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What a...
She actually may be back for Gilbert Grape, and she's definitely going to do the Kathy Lee Gifford show. That's going to be in the somewhere in the summer. I think she said
Sarah?
She's going to do the Kathy Lee Gifford show.
Nice.
In August.
Only my pillow knows.
Nevin is going to love that. Oh my.
Great reference, Tendrils. There's a cartoon cat, Camilla.
There is no one
Whose face pops up when you vibrate?
There is no one special.
Prince, Sylvester Stallone, Bill Maher. Who is it?
No.
Who is it?
Bill Maher. Yuck.
I think about you spanking me. That's the last thing. Yes.
You believe her, Robin?
No.
Me neither. Hey, let's go to believe her, Robin?
No.
Me neither. Hey, let's go to Prince.
Hi, Devin. This is Prince, baby. I want you to tell Howard how we did anal in the elevator.
Oh, Prince, you had anal with her in the elevator. This is the real.
Now, why not only he needs to know about anal. Why is it anal all the time? Right? That's the go-to, right? Howard's very interested in anal. What heterosexual father of three not only needs to know about Prince's sex and dick's, but he needs to know about anal, specifically anal. Why anal? Why that? Why? No, we didn't. We never pushed back. Why is it always that?
Obsessed.
Prince?
All the time, man.
Wow. Prince is on the phone, Robin.
I'm not into anal.
No, you're not into anal.
We did anal everywhere.
Not into anal.
No. And
Yeah, Sky Spec. Sheila E's from like a musical talented family, right? A lineage
Yes.
of everybody. She's a very religious too, and it's like the worst juxtaposition putting her next to Howard. It's her. There's a big spill. I remember after there was a lot of dirt about after that he did that show and all the shrapnel from it, and Sheila E was part of it. Okay, so Benjamin says I listened to the entire compilation, and then I watched the magic show. Yeah, it is incredible. It's 9.5 hours, and I believe it's from Todd Packer.
Prince wouldn't talk like that either.
Devin, baby, come on, open
Prince
up the
wouldn't
house.
say
Tell us all.
anything.
You know what's going on.
Tell him everything that we did, Devin. Come on.
Dave, go ahead. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Howard.
Yeah, hey.
You're a big pussy. You spanked her when you're married to Allison. Now you got a girlfriend.
No, I spanked her when I was going out with Beth.
Right.
I spanked her when I was going out with Beth. I'm not a pussy. I mean, this is it. What do you want me to do? I want to talk to her about her sex. She don't want to tell me.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna bang her anyways. You get that girlfriend now, but
Come on. I'll give you a spanking. You want to get spanked? I'll bongo you if you want. I'll put
The double standards with Beth and Allison are crazy. If you think about what he used to do with Allison and Beth is shut down. I mean, the beard is, you talk about 5 o'clock shadow. It is encompassing everything. And he probably did about 1/30th of what he did with Allison versus Beth. He had no respect for Allison at all. And
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about deserving every penny. She got half his money. Make no mistake. And that went on for a while. I have clips of him complaining about it. He goes, she got half my money. Gary goes, Howard, I'd see you like between breaks, and you'd be like mumbling, she got half my money. She got half my money. I can't believe she got half my money. And that stuff, is now he won't, the Allison smear campaign years, and Allison had her lawyers shut him down because he has this forum to make her out to be the bad guy and all. And he is. It's on him.
Hey,
Everybody's Team Allison. Certainly I am.
Can I tell you about the time Prince called me at the firm twice?
Yes.
Okay. So I answer the phone, and the person, I forget the name, was like Oliver Goodman or something, very normal like this. And he says, my name is Oliver Goodman, but I'm really Prince. And I said, Prince, like the singer Prince? Yes. And so he goes on to talk about he wanted to recoup money for impersonation because the person on the album cover and in the movie was not really Prince. It was an impersonator. And he wanted his royalties from Miss Nikki. Any Prince fan knows that it's Darling Nikki. And so he's going on and on. And I basically ask him some questions about, how he would retain somebody. And he's like, well, I'm just asking around. I can't do it right at this moment. Okay. So that same person called back again. And it was the same spiel. The one for the royalties, the music, the imposter in the movie, the imposter on the album. And I told him, and this, clearly is after Prince is dead. And so I told him, I said, you do realize that if you came back from the dead and went on tour, you would make a ton of money. He's like, oh, I just can't do that. I just can't do that. Okay, well, call me back when you're ready to retain a lawyer. Okay, bye-bye.
How many prank calls do you get like that?
Wow. No, Arm, I'm telling you. Okay, if you think about how many firms there are in LA, I get so many crazy fucking calls, and I'm telling you, these are not pranks. These people need medical intervention.
I'd like to know how you really.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
They need drugs. They need to be like sedated. I'm telling you, like I have so many crazy stories. Like I want to write like a coffee book of like my best of phone calls.
What's stopping you from not doing it? I mean, I would at least jot them down before the memory gets away from you. Can you be sued? Like Sony can't do anything, right? There'll be another leak. Threaten them again. Threaten their family like they did.
Well, no, this is post Sony, But I've found out the real killer of Tupac like 5 times. One time, Oscar De La Hoya's wife called in. Yeah, Oscar De La Hoya's wife called in, and so I start Googling, and the first thing I see that pops up is that some lady is impersonating his wife and stalking him. Like so many crazy, like a lot of crazy calls about like famous people, but then like some of the other stuff, I'm like, oh my God, I certainly hope it's not true what you're telling me.
You and Tamara's mom getting together.
Oh my God.
The gossip, that would be insane. And you could co-write a book together. It would be amazing.
Yeah, we could be the new View.
And I still know people in entertainment. I've told Arm, I still know people in entertainment. They'll tell me stories. You know, I just can't say names, but yeah.
The best part about the Beverly Hills Hotel is that it's there, like there's meetings. It's not just people staying there. It's people just go there and you just waltz in there, like they don't even have to order anything. Just can any civilian just walk in there and have a meeting, or do you have to be famous? Is there some like velvet rope?
It depends on who you are. It depends on who you are.
Yeah, and you can fake your way into those places too.
Yes.
Tamara, you must have gone there and just hung out and waited with you. Could you?
I did.
Yeah, I would have gone there all the
to,
time.
but I did.
I'd pee in that pool, for Christ's sake. Look at Melvin's arm has lost his mind. Poontang ages like milk and bread, not wine.
Oh my God.
That's not true. These broads age amazingly now. I have so much evidence of it. I just saw Eva Longoria the other day. She's better looking now than she was on Desperate Housewives. She's 51 or just turned 50 or something. I mean, you don't age. It's crazy.
Ready, Ellen? Go ahead.
Answer.
The answer.
Okay, this is. So they're talking about randomly. It's one of those like bullshit conversations where they're trying to kill 20 minutes. Who the best guitarist is? I think VH1 had a list. So this is right after Howard just shit on Prince.
There is Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Oh, get out of here.
Or Teen Spirit.
You gotta be kidding.
You know the Nirvana song.
I was gonna say like Nirvana. Everyone always says that's not the best song in the last 25 years.
That's what I'm curious about. What would your
best song in the last is a VH1 list or something, or Rolling Stone. And so Smells Like Teen Spirit, which is a good choice. So this is Howard's not buying it.
Do you think you could come up with your choice easily?
No, I don't even care to come up with a choice. It's a stupid thing. But that's just not their best song ever.
I mean, it's the song
in the last 25 years.
It's the song that broke them.
It's like a cool thing to say.
Not only did it break them, it started that whole Seattle thing.
Yeah, but
that happened to music.
All right, whatever. I don't see it.
I have a choice. You'll make fun of me for it.
Go ahead.
My choice. Glory Days by Mr. Bruce Springsteen.
I can see that more than
not Glory Days.
Yes, it's got sentimental value to me, and I like it.
Welcome, Pell. I want to see that documentary, How's He on Favre, too. I'm looking forward to that. How it ruined this girl's life by getting her. Yeah, my cousins and I were talking about that in a text chain yesterday, and I need to see that.
Your dad liked Glory Days?
He did. He liked the song, and it was from when I graduated high school, and I played.
How dare you, Tendrils? Yes. Barbara DeRush, yes. Tendrils went on a date with George Burns. Yes. Ed Burns. It was actually Ed Burns.
He was slightly younger.
Played ball in high school.
Even Bruce would say that's not his best work.
It's a great tune.
Anyway, the number 2 song.
Yeah, this might be Glory Days.
No, was Michael Jackson's Billie Jean.
See, this is a lame survey.
Come on.
What about Prince or
Eminem made number 4 with Lose Yourself.
Jesus.
All right.
These are huge hits, I guess.
Rounding out the top 10 were Sweet Child O' Mine.
Yeah, I can see that. Guns N' Roses, yeah.
One by U2. Walk This Way by Run DMC.
There you go. What, by Aerosmith, you mean?
No, it's Run DMC. You want that one. When Doves Cry by Prince.
There you go.
I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston.
To me, the best song in the last 25 years is Purple Rain by Prince.
Really?
That's right.
Wow.
All right, that's your opinion.
Of course, and I'm right. Name a better song than that.
Well, I mean,
nothing evokes more laughter or emotion. Nothing evokes more emotion than Prince's Purple Rain. I only want to see you laughing in the Purple Rain. What could be more beautiful than that?
Prince is a brilliant guy.
Yeah. That's the best song in the last 25 years. No one can argue with me.
Every Breath You Take by the Police.
That's a good song.
VH1 will air a show about the 100 songs over 5 nights starting at 10.
So Howard just goes on shitting on him to calling it the #1 song in the last 25 years is Purple Rain. And I'm trying to do the count. Yeah, so it's just barely
10 o'clock on Monday.
Play Purple Rain by Prince. You'll see it's the best song ever.
I don't play. I kind of do a tactful cutoff of this.
Last 25 years.
Well, you'd have to juxtapose it with Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Yeah, okay. I'll do that. I'm willing to do it.
And Glory Days.
Oh, get out.
What?
All right, I'll put that in there.
Glory Days.
Fred, I want you to play Purple Rain.
My favorite.
Next to, then, a sampling of Purple Rain. Then I want you to play Glory Days.
So these are all fentanyl lollipops. Melvin says this housing football. These
yes,
are
they're fentanyl.
So this is so you guys saw the picture of Prince. Barbara DeRush does it too. Walking through Paisley in the elevator, is that is he at a Walgreens or something? You know the last pictures of him or something. He's with bodyguards and he's walking.
Yeah, I thought it was a Walgreens.
Okay,
because he was trying to get a prescription.
But he was on. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Tendrils. No, go ahead, sweetie. Go ahead.
No, he was on those lollipops in the 90s.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
But
shit.
then he was taking Vicodin pain pills. But they were saying that the Vicodin he got legitimate prescriptions and he got illegitimate prescriptions where they were laced with something else in those pain pills. And that's the reason why he OD'd and died.
The Minnesota Vikings. Is the purple just based on the fucking Vikings? The Minnesota, is that his obsession with purple? He's a big sports fan, right? Is it as simple as that? This obsession with purple is the Vikings, the Minnesota Vikings.
You know what? I actually do not even know.
I bet it is.
Wow.
I mean, is it as simple as that? I bet it is. How else would just happens to be the Purple People Eaters was the famous defensive linebacker crew from the Vikings in the 70s.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it could be.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and he also had a huge obsession with 17, which 17 is my birthday.
Oh wow, numerology too with him, right? Just like Plughead and 112.
Yep.
Autobot goes. Jimi Hendrix used to put LSD on his headband so the acid would seep into his pores. And Prince loved Jimi Hendrix, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is anything taken from his playbook there? Prince, Barbara DeRush's Prince had a bad hip, in need of hip replacement, but
He
wouldn't
did
do
have
it.
hip replacement.
And the religion wouldn't allow it.
They showed in his autopsy that he had a scar on I believe the left hip, but he was still in pain.
And that's from just like he's very athletic on stage, right? I mean, I think, it's when you're an athlete, basketball specifically too, because there's so many similar movements. I think dancing is really gay, and I feel like it's sort of mindless for me. It's not my art. Sometimes I have to dance under protest just to kind of get through a situation in a party or something or what. And I do it, and my choreography is I go out there and I do basketball moves, and it's dance. I mean, it's the same. I'll do like a drop step pivot and an up and under rebounding moves. It's dance. It's the same. And it's the same movements. You're rolling your ankle. People are not, I don't think people realize. So there's a big crossover to his dancing and basketball, and it's not that different. And I think a lot of sports can just go onto the dance floor pretty effortlessly. So I guess he really hurt himself? Was he doing very athletic things on stage? You guys have seen him. I mean, what is he doing? Handsprings and falling like wrestling shit, like jumping off pianos onto his hip with no fucking mat there and stuff. Is he stage diving? Like, what is he doing that he hurt his hip like that?
Tam friend, do you want to weigh in?
Heels. Oh, okay.
And then doing it in heels, right?
And he would do moves, spin around, splits.
Yep. Crossover dribble. I mean, it's the same movements. Like,
so I think, having time, because let me not tell that story, but he, over time, that wears and tears on you. And I'm sure they were like,
Yep.
hey, you need to stop wearing those types of shoes. And he's
And
like,
now he's
"No,
in
I
his
have-"
50s
Yeah.
doing it. Yep.
Well, I mean,
Sorry,
you can
Nicholas, go ahead.
you can really go back and kind of research performances, but Prince was infamous for his splits.
Yeah, that's
So
just those,
like he would literally be on top of a piano, dancing his ass off, and then jump off the piano, but just not jump off, jump high, land in a split position, and just bounce instantly back up. Like he was doing crazy things like that. So it does make sense. Like, I don't know if you know what like Vogue dancing is from the 90s, but the new Vogue,
right?
You know, they kind of fall back on the knee. I'm like, your knees are going to be dead in like 2 years. You doing that shit. So it's the same, you know, it's the same thing.
I think I read that he was into ballet at a certain point as late teens to try to translate to. I think what's the deal with his mom? But where's his mom? His dad was his dad a musician as well? And then where's the mom? What is the deal with his mom? She white bitch? She's Snow Bunny too, Tamara? Prince's mom. Anything on Prince's mom? Was she a Snow Bunny? What I know about the dad, Prince apparently took ballet in his late teens, and that's kind of where that shit comes from. Who was his mom? How come we never hear about the mom?
I don't have a lot of information on her. I thought she was
that's okay.
Yeah, no.
Good enough.
His dad was a musician, and he did actually his dad's like musicianship and songwriting was a huge influence for him. You know, it's funny you asked about the mom because I don't know that much about her either.
Yeah,
that's okay. I just was wondering because she doesn't come up, and I was trying to I was reading a mini bio on him, and the mom they gloss right over. She doesn't. The name doesn't come up. I couldn't understand where the mom. She's Vanity. I mean, you talk about absentee. Like she took off on the family in the article. I couldn't understand. They just wouldn't. It's so weird. I'm sure somebody will have that. Yes, that's good, Benjamin. Don't let the elevator bring us down. Fittingly, Prince dies in an elevator. I didn't even think of that. That's eerie.
And then I want you to play "Smells Like Teen Spirit," and you'll see
that you're right and
I'm
the
right.
one is wrong, and Artie's just out of his.
Okay.
He can throw that speedball by you.
What do you think the best song in 25 years? It's Purple Rain, right? Of course. Can't disagree with that.
Let me think. Now you're going to rush me?
Yeah, you've had all morning to think about it.
But Howard, you were a big Nirvana fan, though.
I liked them. I mean,
that's part of the contract, Housey Football, that Beth has to do that shit at Ralph's. I really think that's like in the Buckwald, like bylines that he has to do anything that requires like traveling or something a civilian might have to do. Beth has to do it. Howard can't move out of Castle Gayskull anyway. He's just, and Beth has to do every single thing that a civilian may have to do. And taking care of Ralph's, I can't believe I'm saying this, estate is one of them. And then going through all, especially to hide all their fucking closeted homoerotic bullshit they have tacked away in there. And Ralph's got it all saved, all his receipts.
Hey,
and then like on this station, we play it every.
Go, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, real quick. Whether or not it's autobiographical, his parents' portrayal in the Purple Rain movie, but even in the lyrics, it's kind of interesting just to consider, like in When Doves Cry, maybe I'm just too demanding, maybe like my father, maybe I'm like my father too bold.
Yes.
And then he says, maybe
like
you're, and
Just
you know,
like
he's singing
my mother.
about
She's never
Apollonia.
satisfied. Yeah.
And he says, maybe you're just like my mother. She's never satisfied.
Oh, good catch. That's the most insight we're going to get to his mom, I guess.
Yeah. And
that's
so
very true.
Oh, who knows? You know, I mean, you can read into it what you want, but it's just interesting. As a huge fan, I have absolutely no idea about his mother, who she was,
I don't either.
what she was like. None.
I just, I didn't know. I really didn't think it was going to be baffling. Like, because I'm like, oh, I'm a novice. I'm just reading this thing, but I was annoyed by it. Like, I kind of sat there, and this is like I mean, we've been doing this show for 8 hours, so this is about 11 hours ago. I'm reading the biography. I'm like, where's the mom? What is going on? I'm just going through it. Like, this is too deliberate. She's not in here. It's almost like he edited his own biography and took her out. He just can't bring, like, the kid, some kind of fucking,
and I think there was supposed to be a documentary on Prince, but I guess with the final edit, the family said no. They took it out.
I'm sure that they probably get that launched. I'm sure every streaming service is trying to do that. It would probably be like a series of things. It wouldn't be just one. This is as close as you're going to get. This show is as close as we're ever going to get to it. Thank you. We'll take full credit for it because I do own all the rights to his stuff, as a matter of fact. And also too, I mean, would you say the advent of the movies that are vaguely autobiographical about the artist, so say Purple Rain and fucking Eminem's 8 Mile and fucking we brought Mariah Carey and Glitter before. Was Madonna's Who's That Girl a loose attempt at that as well?
There can't be no way. Do you think?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
It seems way too ridiculous, even for Madonna.
Yeah.
Does Madonna have anything of the sort? Have they tried that with her, like a like a vaguely autobiographical attempt at a while she's playing herself? Did Elvis do that?
With Madonna, I think the closest that you probably get is like her doing the Justify My Love video.
Okay.
And
yeah,
like all the
movie.
All the PR that was around that,
Great video. Great.
I mean, she was coming out and all kinds of other things.
Yeah. And that was a movie too. That was my first. Well, Howard was goofing on that video, and I remember being my first like epiphany with Howard was because I remember watching the video on MTV. I'm like, that's not that big a deal. What am I getting so nuts about this? And that's what Howard said on this Channel 9 show. I'm like, that is great. It's the first time I heard anybody like kind of speak what I'm thinking here, like going, yeah, like he had the balls because everybody was acting so shocked by it, and Howard's like, this isn't a big deal. What's the big deal? It's not like, so overrated, the shock value of it. And I was like, oh, wow. That's the first time anyone said that. Was like my first epiphany with them. And that's like 90 or 91 on the Channel 9 show.
10 minutes. That's not even their best song, I think. Yesterday, I decided to tune into Kane and KB. I wanted to hear what the music sounded like. Because, now. Already you're there. Already, I'm transported.
So you like these miserable, you want to get depressed all the time.
Well, hey, whatever. This is the greatest.
Benjamin, you son of a bitch, you wise ass. He goes, this chat is so far behind. Tendrils was still clubbing when this chat started. Oh, you son of a bitch, Benjamin.
Song of the last 25 years. It is. Just listen to it. Goosebumps. I got goosebumps.
Tamara, remember that song by Diana King? Shy Guy?
Yes.
That's when when Tendrils talk about clubbing. That was a song I remember, like, I would fancy myself like a thinking man's like music fan and stuff. But I had a weird, guilty fetish pleasure for that song. I don't know why. It was constantly played when I'd go out. I wouldn't go to a club necessarily, but it would be like a bar masquerading and it would become a club at a certain point and the dance floor would open up and it was very casual. You could wear shorts and everything. And that song, I don't know what it was. I had like a weird, guilty pleasure fetish for it that I was afraid to admit. They play it all the time. And it was, is she Jamaican or Haitian?
She's Jamaican.
Okay. You just call her Haitian. You can take credit for that one too.
Can I point something out real quick?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out the timeline and the timing of Justify My Love. That's 1990. And you have to really think, you have to think about the times. The AIDS crisis was not just barely a decade before that. Gay rights were not accepted. They weren't a thing. It's easier, obviously, for women to, have the acceptance and, people kind of pass it over. But, she had a lot of gay dancers and, affiliations with the gay community. Sure. And she was also,
I think that's half her audience.
Yeah. Honestly. And she was basically standing up for the gay community as well. So I just wanted to point out that, you know, it doesn't seem like a big deal now, or maybe even at the time, but just depending like who you were and where you were in society, you know, I just wanted to just bring that.
that it's her impact on. I'm still not sure if I respect Madonna or not. I still go all over the place with that. Sometimes I think she's like massively overrated. Like, oh, that was ballsy, and I'm all over the place with her. Just like Sean.
I'm
Penn.
a fan, a huge
A lot of
fan
people
all
are.
the way.
A lot of people are.
I'm a fan of Madonna as well, but I must say this. They say that she stole in the beginning when she was coming out. She stole that from Jodie Watley. Just
really.
Mm-hmm.
Can you sing a little Jodie Watley for us? You Are My Everything.
Oh my gosh, you're putting me on the spot.
My everything.
Love it, Tendrils. Love it.
Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
That's
Tendrils.
it.
I love it.
That's it.
I was too blind to see when you belong to. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You are my everything.
Woo! Very underrated, right? Jodie Watley is a pioneer of
Jodie Watley
R&B
is the
pop
shit.
over time.
Love
Good looking
her.
broad too. Good looking broad. Great looking
Yeah.
broad. So you get a huge compliment here from Tweedledee, I should say. Hey, I love Tendrils and her stories. You are so entertaining. You know, your voice and vocal mannerisms sound kind of like. So this is your husband doing this. This is Tweedledee. Who is this? P-O-L.
I never heard of that person ever.
Richard Belzer. Thank you, Tweedledee. That is a great. I agree with you. Tendrils is fantastic, and called you Trendrils as a nickname. I guess he's inverted the. Thank you That's a very generous compliment, Tweedledee, and I agree with every effing word. Hopefully, you join us for part 2 because there's gonna be a part. I mean, believe me, we're not even. I'm gonna save the private show for when Bon Jovial comes on the next time, because I would think he'd be angry to miss that. This is when Howard rants. Howard's angry rant about getting. He's he's in Australia, and it's a bizarre time. It doesn't. The times I told him I had to do it early than normal. But even if I did it, it's not. He's getting up sometimes at 7 a.m. to do this. It's bizarre. So the story with Prince is. Do you know who Randee St Nicolas is?
Yes.
It's his personal photographer, I guess.
Yep.
So this is one of this Hamptons name that somehow Howard knows this broad, and I guarantee they have some relationship with fucking dance papers. Everything comes through the so he did a show, a private show, and he turned all the lights off, and he did it. And this is like a real exclusive thing that you guys are talking about with like, I don't know how many people, 50. And Howard went crazy on him because he couldn't see it. And he said he claims he walked out on him. And this is after he kisses his ass. I mean, I have stuff here from Howard he says that he claims Prince's people sent him for the Super Bowl that he got a kind of like a release or like a private, what's we call it, like a sneak preview of what he was going to do at the Super Bowl, and Prince's publicist and manager gave Howard the exclusive on it. And that Prince, only because Prince is such a huge Howard Stern fan. This is what he got told by Prince's people. He claims he's a serial liar, but
there is no way on earth Prince was a Howard Stern fan. That I don't believe it for 1 second.
This is in there. I'm telling you, this is for next time. Prince's will and Paisley Park, Howard talks about in 2019. There's this controversy about it. Now, here's the thing we're going to have a problem with. Prince's death and eulogy that Howard does on May 2nd, 2016. It is crazy copyright blocked. Being that I own all Prince's catalog, we might be able to. So we're going to have to tweak that. And we're going to play with that to see if we can make it YouTube friendly, because the entire thing got summarily blocked. I couldn't believe it was. I mean, it was like that humph. It couldn't be blocked fast enough. As soon as they upload, I've never seen this. So we're going to have to figure out something with that, cut it up into stuff. And
hey, Arm, I have a question.
Yes.
Can you do one of those like mechanical voices type thing, like the Howard versus Wendy?
Great idea. I'd have to transcript it. and then do it that way. I would literally have to write down what he said and then put it in AI. That's how I would have to do that.
And then this secret show or the dark show, are you saying that Howard Stern went to see Prince perform and then it was in the complete dark?
They turned the light. You remember this, Tamara?
Yes.
And so he went on like a 15-minute rant about what a piece of shit Prince is, what a pretentious, uptight ass. He ruined my night. I wanted to see him so bad.
I wanted to see him perform, and how can I see him in the dark? And blah, blah.
I don't remember that at all, but you know what? I'm actually going to advocate for that type of experience because it shows you the exact genius of Prince.
Yes,
that's you know what I'm saying?
It makes total sense. It makes total sense.
To be able to play in the dark. I mean, did he have his band?
Mm-hmm.
He did.
I'm sure it wasn't in complete darkness. I'm sure it was like low lighting, but Howard is blind as a bat, so he can't see.
Here's see this picture here. So I put this I did this like kind of montage. So this is life of Howard in the Hamptons. You got Harvey Weinstein. Who is his wife? Anna Wintour. Is that his ex-wife? So she's Harvey like this Weinstein? Crazy designer. Is that who? Is that the broad who? Maybe I'm. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is his photographer, Randee St Nicolas, who is friends with Howard, and that's how he got the invite to this thing. And I just kind of do as close as I could find to what that might look like. So here's Prince on the right. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to save it. I'm just going to give you a little tease.
We were talking wedding stuff. I want to tell you a quick Prince story. Here's my Prince story. I love the music of Prince. You know that.
You said it.
I've always wanted to see Prince in concert.
Right.
That's always been sort of a fantasy of mine. Never came about.
Artie has one more year left on the show. This is October of 2008.
Because I'm always in bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, he's played a lot. You just have never made it.
Yeah, so anyway, I get a call from a woman I know. You know Randee St Nicolas?
I do.
You know who that is? You don't know her?
I don't think so. Doesn't ring a bell.
Randee St Nicolas is the woman who photographed me for a bunch of different times, and then...
All right, so it makes sense now. Howard has a relationship with fucking Rolling Stone and John Wenner, so that's how all that comes together in the Hamptons. That makes total sense now. So he's his photographer and Prince, and that's how that shit comes together. We're going to save that for next time, but that's a tease as to what that is. That's
a tease.
Yeah, that's a good tease.
Yep.
This is the end that, right? So the next day after what Howard's obsession with Purple Rain and how it's the best song in the last 25 years, he gets called gay by a caller here, which he thinks is really, really crazy and gay and homoerotic that he chose that song out of all the things you could choose. It is Gary Page. Audience thinks Howard's gay. Here we go.
It makes musicians fun. Hey, Kyle, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Howard? Hey, man, what's with making Purple Rain your #1 song in the last 25 years?
Well, it's funny. Robin said to me, what's the #1 song for the last 25 years? So you think I remember the last 25 years of music?
What was put out?
So you remember Purple Rain?
Yeah, so I was trying to think of something. I said Purple Rain, I love that song. And then I got so much email.
Really?
Whenever you say you like something,
it starts a war.
Means you're gay or something. You can't ever say you like anything on this show because do I know if this is the best song of the last 25 years? I don't. What would I know? It's an opinion. Listen to this. I'll read you some of the email. One email was, Howard is right. Purple Rain is the greatest song in the last 25 years. Then about 70% of the email was, Howard, please reach down and check to see if your sac and unit is still between your legs, because it may be missing otherwise. I love how people define their masculinity by music.
You know what Purple Rain is?
Most of the time I agree with your opinion, and Prince is great, but not the best in the past 25
He would read real emails at this point. I actually get an email read once in 2005 about Artie on the Conan show. I'll find that soon. I couldn't believe it. He read it verbatim. It was crazy. That's like the last time they read real emails.
5 years. I could understand if you were a 45-year-old chick and it used to take you back when your boyfriend, now husband, used to take time to wine and dine you. But you're a guy. So what is his favorite song? No one ever tells me.
They never tell you what the good song is.
Well, here's a guy who does. Purple Rain, Jesus, how freaking gay are you getting? I didn't realize Prince was gay, but what the hell? Please, even if you think this is the best, dude, keep it to yourself and pick a song from White Zombie, Van Halen, anyone but Prince. White Zombie, Van Halen, I could go along with that, too. Howard, you're a fag. That's it. Number 4, Howard, are you a retard? Purple Rain is a horrible song for hopeless drunks. It's a typical 80s corny song. Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit is a rock classic forever for young kids of every generation and will never sound lame 50 years from now. I guess this guy went in a time machine. So there it is. I am gay. I've been accused of being gay for liking the song Purple Rain.
I think it's been confirmed.
Oh, there you go. I must be gay.
Well, Purple Rain is when a guy orgasms on another guy under a black light.
Who does that?
Wow.
That's
He
Purple
thinks
Rain.
that's what the term means.
Oh, I see.
Melvin, you're a degenerate deviant. Is that a real term, or is he making that up as a joke for the? That's really funny.
What does Purple Rain mean?
When a guy orgasms on another guy's back under a black light.
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
Get out of here. That's insane.
Interesting theory.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but...
You be quiet. Okay, that's like the perception of Prince by a lot of people then, and that's like, what year is that thing? 03, and he's just all over the place with them. Isn't that crazy? Is that true? Prince was riding his bike to Walgreens. I think I remember that. Was that
I don't remember if it was a bike, but I remember he was at Walgreens picking up a prescription.
Yes.
I don't remember that at all.
So before, remember he was on an airplane and he had a medical emergency on that airplane, and they had to hurry up and give him. Oh,
yeah. Well, here's Barbara DeRush, guys, talking about that. Barbara DeRush says that. You guys remember when he almost died on the plane back from Georgia a couple weeks before? I didn't know that.
And then a week later, he died of that OD.
Wow, it's so bizarre. That's so bizarre. Everyone knows the greatest song is Safety Dance. Is Purple considered royalty? Melvin says it is. Is that part of it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Makes sense. Can you imagine arm dancing? Any dare, Melvin. I'll dance under the most, if you give me a dare, I'll do it. I don't enjoy it. I think it's kind of mindless. But I mean, I could just turn anything. You turn anything into a dance. It's just, silly.
But way better than Howard dancing with Carmen Electra.
Right. The Messiah pose. Right. Purple people. How's he says, the purple people eaters defense of the Vikings had become synonymous with Minnesota. It wasn't the linebackers, but it was the defensive line, Jim Marshall and company. I'm a little young for them. But I knew my favorite old Viking was Chuck Foreman, the running back. And Fran Tarkington, the host of, was it That's Incredible? You guys remember Fran Tarkington? The scrambling white quarterback for the Giants and Vikings? Tried jumping off a piano, Barbara DeRush says, with high heels. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Now that I think about it, I can see where I'm dancing similar to Elaine Bennis from Seinfeld. I wish I had Elaine's choreography, Pella. I wish I fucking had Ms. Bennis's choreography. Where is Ms. Bennis, by the way? I miss Elaine.
I hate men, but I'm not a lesbian.
I never get sick of that. Guys, I cannot thank you enough for doing this. Will you be on for the next one? I know this is a lot. I think it's a fast 8 hours and 15 minutes, right?
I'm definitely in.
Good.
I didn't even go to the restroom. Yeah, it's great.
I didn't either. This is what I'm talking about with the Riley Martin P jug. It is a very fast.
Yes.
It does go fast.
Yes.
So the next one we're going to do that. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Tendrils, it was great meeting you. You are awesome. Love your stories. You need to write a book or something. Do something.
So does your mom, Tamara.
Mm.
She's got it in her. She's holding back. She is. I think your mom started TMZ. I really believe. And Crazy Days and Nights. I really believe that. I really do. I think she knows Chauncey. I think she knows AJ Benza. That's where they get their stuff from. That's how you do it.
Yeah, and Arm, I really am a Hollywood insider. I'm so glad
you are, though. You are. You proved it 500 times over. And that husband of yours in France, for Christ's sake, get to that Depp get to that Vanessa Paradis ranch and get me some pictures of that Jack Depp bartender. For Christ's sake.
Your poor husband, Tendrils, the Lord.
And punch Roman Polanski in the dick. I don't care if he's 82 years old. I could comment on what you're saying off screen. Anyway, guys, I'm going to play you out with Davyd's Prince song. I don't think Tamara caught it, and I don't. Tendrils did
No, I
catch it
missed
in the
it.
opening. Davyd did a what would you call it? Tendrils, a violin version of what's the title of the song again?
I Want to Be Your Lover.
I Want to Be Your Lover. It is
Ooh,
unbelievably good. I cannot believe he converted it. Like Prince himself would clear this. I want to be
Hey,
your
Arn,
lover.
before we end, can you promise us that you're going to do a video of yourself dancing? You can cut your head off, but you said that you would do anything for us. So are you telling us?
Yeah, I would do that. Sure. I would do
Okay,
that.
that's great.
I got to figure out how.
Cut your head off. We don't
the
need to see that.
choreography
That's
is
fine. Yeah.
Shy Guy. Oh, thank you, Autobot. Oh, Autobot, man, you watch everything. That was in the Bad Boys soundtrack. That Diana King song, Shy
Was
Guy.
it?
Oh, I didn't know that. God,
Wow.
Autobot watches everything.
I love Autobot. Yeah.
Here's Rodney. Thank you, Rodney. He said he wrote When Doves Cry about his mom and dad. What more do you need to know? His mom was a jazz singer hooked up with his dad, who was 40 years older. Holy shit, that's where he gets it from. Thank you, Rodney. Diana King, I think I read somewhere she has identity issues. Says, yeah, a couple of real Prince fans. You got Rodney, you son of a bitch. You can't know everything, Rodney. Even
He
I
wants to be on the show too.
I know. I ask him all the time. He's so mysterious. Rodney, you talk about like he does what Artie does, where you go away and come back all the time. He's a master at it. Total Truth or Dare was the film. She went back and visited her mom's grave. That's right. Madonna, talk about arm.
Yes. Yes.
Melvin, next time. What do you retire from? What, Melvin, is my question. If they offer him, I don't know what if Sirius can cut. He's a partner. If they can cut him out and do something with that half of the building, they have so many things you can develop. I can't imagine Sirius wants to go further with this, but he has a right to refusal and a deal with the devil they signed back in 2004. And my question is, retire from what? They should, if there's an option to even not re-sign him. I think they're locked in as long as he wants to. This show is about nothing. It is two blithering senior citizens talking about nothing, relating to nothing, having new life experiences, and as I say, a boondoggle to even talk about it or cover it 3 days a week. I think Melvin Blast saying, I'm just going to plow through these. Santa Claus has no drunk, no brother. Says Pellel Bond is hiking in what's Chris Lilly? Is that a thing? Bond is throwing wallabies at the Barbie. I thought I heard Bond was arrested for having an illegal dingo fight. They love these fucking Australian references. Prince probably knew Howard was in an audience and he did it on purpose and two didn't like. I bet you Prince was one of those guys that they constantly tried to get on. This is one of the few times Gary would exhibit some kind of effort, like good last year of the show. I agree, Autobot. Oh wait, I agree with that. There's Mr. Tendrils. I can confirm Tendrils is awesome, in fact, and knowledgeable, and an amazing soul with a huge heart. I agree with all of the above, and Sony will corroborate that. Knowing him is loving him. 210 here. I am still watching your great podcast. Thank you, Mr. How do we say this? Philatellus in Provence. Is that saying it right?
Yeah, Philatellus and Provence.
En Provence.
There's
Yes.
Dark Doonesbury again. Tater Bread, Angry Playmate Model. Lucky to have a sweet love of. We all lucky to have you. You two are fantastic. You're in, right, Tamara?
Yes.
Next time. Okay, I'm not putting you on the spot. I just want to.
Yes, you are.
Keep the
But
same.
that's
Arm, I know my purple ass rain is slang for PCP. Everything's drugs. Purple is royalty, says Pellel. All right.
I'm in on the second show as well.
Thank you, SkySpec. Good. You totally locked in. We're going to probably shoot for this same kind of time part. I guess early time, 1-ish. I don't want to clash with my beloved NBA during that. We'll probably shoot
Who
for
are
the
you
same
going
thing.
for, by the way? Who are you rooting
Pacers.
for?
Pacers.
So take it all the way?
No. I think the Thunder are ridiculously more talented than everybody else. But I'm a Pacers fan in the sense that I loved Wayman Tisdale. And rest in peace, Ray. I think he's the I think he's the only successor. I think he's the only competition Prince would have had. The bass guitar that guy plays, basketball, and he won a fucking Grammy, for Christ's sake, as a musician. He was the second pick in 1985 after Patrick Ewing, slightly underachieved. I just loved his style. I loved everything about him. I loved his smile. And he died in 2009. And I have become I love Clark Kellogg too before him. And I just had a soft spot for the Pacers ever since. They get no attention from the NBA, and they should.
They do not.
And
they don't.
I cannot root for them enough. The NBA's biggest nightmare is like a Pacers Timberwolves NBA Finals.
Yeah,
all the glam. They cannot deal with it. I love it. I always root for them to get the most obscure matchup, the furthest away I can get from the Lakers and Celtics. Okay, this is Davyd doing "I Want to Be Your Lover." Amazingly brilliant. Thank you, everybody. I love you all.
Thanks, Chad. You were great.
Is he in here? Please, Davyd. Nope. Thank you, Tamara. Anything on the way out? Tendrils.
Just a huge thank you for inviting me on the show, and a huge shout out to the friends that I've made on the forum and here, including Autobot Al.
Yeah, there's some great chat synergy. I agree 100%. There's some great people.
Barbara
over and over again.
Yeah.
And
So
to put a name with the face is always great. We finally get to hear you on there. Hopefully, Lady Gaga next time too. Here we go.
You diamonds and pearls.
There aren't many blacks in Minneapolis. I was talking to Dave Winfield the other night. It was about 1% maybe.
Yeah.